This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.
Good morning and welcome to BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Zainab Aderomu, and here are the news-making headlines. NNPCL supported Dangote Refinery establishment with a $1 billion loan, says officials. Rising food prices drive inflation to 34.6% high. North will stand behind Tinubu in 2027, says North Central APC. Super Falcons named 2024 Women's Team of the Year. UK immigrants hit 1.2 million between 2023 to 2024, 86% non-EU immigrants. We begin with news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited said it secured a $1 billion loan backed by crude oil to support the coming on stream of the 650,000 barrels per day capacity Dangote Refinery. It also stated that the firm facilitated the $3 billion Gazelle loan as a critical intervention to help stabilize the Federation's foreign exchange crisis. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Olufemi Shoneye, said these are the energy relations stakeholders' engagement in Abuja on Monday. Recall that in January 2024, the national oil firm arranged a syndicated $3.3 billion crude oil prepayment facility in partnership with Afrexim Bank. The bank said the deal was the largest crude-backed facility in Nigeria and one of the largest syndicated debts raised in Africa. Moving on, Nigeria's inflation rose to 34.6% in November 2024, reflecting a 0.72% increase from October's rate of 33.88%. This came as Nigerians expressed optimism that the level of inflation across the country would decelerate in the next 6 months. This was one of the outcomes of the Inflation Expectations Survey report for November, published by the Statistics Department of the Economic Policy Directorate of the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Consumer Price Index report, released by the National Bureau of Statistics on Monday, indicated that the country's latest inflation rate marked a significant year-on-year rise, with the November 2024 rate being 6.4% points higher than the 28.2% recorded in November 2023. The rise in inflation is largely driven by food price increase, which continues to place a strain on Nigerian households. On a month-on-month basis, the headline inflation rate showed a marginal slowdown, standing at 2.63% in November compared to 2.64% in October. Still on, the North Central All Progressives Congress Forum has said that the North region will stand behind President Bola Tinubu in 2027. The APC Forum, in a statement on Monday, released after the meeting in Abuja, said the region would vote for president in the 2027 presidential election. The statement, signed by the chairman of the North Central APC Forum, Saleh Zazaga, stressed that the forum decided to endorse Tinubu for a second term because his administration has extended several opportunities to the North Central since he assumed office as president in 2023. Meanwhile, in a recent communique signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Tuku Mohammed Baba, the ACF announced that it would support Northerners running for the presidency in 2027. The development is coming on the heels of the Arewa Youth Wing, on the heels of opposition of Tinubu's re-election by the Arewa Consultative Youth Wing, Arewa Youth Wing Consultative Forum. To end the local news, the Federal Executive Council has approved a 47.96 trillion naira expenditure for the 2025 budget. Speaking to the State House correspondent, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning,
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business, in Nigeria. Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.
You're welcome back to BDTV Breakfast Show. Still on local news, the Federal Executive Council has approved a 47.96 trillion naira expenditure for the 2025 budget, marking a 36.8% increase from the 2024 estimate. The decision was made during the Council's final meeting of 2024 held on Monday in the Council chambers of the State House, Abuja. Speaking to State House correspondents, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, disclosed that the 2025 framework is based on key economic projections, including an oil price benchmark of $75 per barrel, daily oil production of 2.06 million barrels, and an exchange rate of 1,400 naira to the dollar. The proposed revenue for 2023 stands at 34.82 trillion naira, leaving a projected deficit of 13.13 trillion naira, which is a 3.89% of the GDP. Bagudu explained that the budget presented by the Director General of the Budget Office, Tanimu Yakubu, incorporates amendments directed by President Bola Tinubu. On the foreign scene, the United Kingdom welcomed 1.2 million immigrants between June 2023 and June 2024, out of which 86% were non-EU nationals, with 120,000 Nigerian nationals representing a considerable portion of these non-EU migrants. The UK has experienced a significant shift in immigration patterns, largely influenced by recent changes in student visa regulations. According to data from the Office for National Statistics, there has been a notable decline in the issuance of student visas, as tighter rules have affected international students' ability to study and settle in the UK. From October 2023 to September 2024, the issuance of student visas dropped by 19%, falling from 485,000 to 392,969. Dependent visas experienced an even sharper decline, plummeting by 69% to 46,961 during the same period. These changes reflect the UK's broader policy shift aimed at stricter immigration control, which has directly impacted non-EU nationals, including those from Nigeria. The Time magazine has named Donald Trump as its Person of the Year for the second time. He previously won the honor after winning the presidential election in 2016. In his letter to readers, Time editor-in-chief Sam Jacobs credited Trump with marshalling a comeback of historic proportions and driving a once-in-a-generation political realignment that reshaped the American presidency and altered the U.S. role in the world. The Republican president-elect rang the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange on Thursday to mark the honor alongside several of his family members and chants of USA. In an interview with Time magazine, Trump iterated some of his plans for his second term. Among others, he pledged to look case by case at the convictions of his supporters who rioted at the U.S. Capitol in January 2021, having previously pledged to issue pardons. Now to sports. Nigeria's Super Falcons have been crowned the Women's National Team of the Year at the 2024 CAF Awards. The 9-time African champions edged out Morocco and South Africa in nomination category. The Super Falcons have consistently demonstrated excellence, with this award marking their 7th win in the Women's National Team of the Year category. Previous wins include 2010, 2014, 2016, 2018, 2023, and now 2024. Having ended the year as the highest-ranked African team on the FIFA rankings, many will agree that the Super Falcons are deserving of this latest accolade. Receiving the award on behalf of the country, NFF President Ibrahim Gusau assured his administration will keep supporting women football to ensure they stay on the top. He also dedicated the award to the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu for her support of the women's game in Nigeria. Among other high points in the period under review, the Super Falcons made a return to the Olympics Games after a 16-year absence. To end the news, Super Eagles and Atlanta forward Ademola Lookman has been named the 2024 CAF African Footballer of the Year. The 27-year-old clinched the prestigious award at the glittering ceremony held at Palais de Congrès in Marrakech, Morocco on Monday. The Nigerian star edged out tough competition from Ashraf Hakimi, Morocco, Simon Adringer, Ivory Coast, Serhou Gisor, Guinea-Bissau, and Rowan Williams, South Africa, to claim the prestigious title. Lookman's victory adds his name to the illustrious list of Nigerian footballers who have won the award, joining legends such as Rashidi Yekini in 1993, Emmanuel Amuneka in 1994, Nwankwo Kanu in 1996 and 1999, Victor Ikpeba in 1997, and Victor Osimhen in 2023. His win marks Nigeria's 6th triumph in the awards history as he takes over the mantle from Osimhen, the 2023 winner. That's been the headlines from BDTV. Don't go away. We'll be right back with the top story analysis with Bethel Olujabi. I am Zainab Adirum.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Nikki Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making, so helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at BusinessDay Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website, which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making, so helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at Business Day Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to this segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we will be diving deep into the top stories for today. I am Bethel Olujobi. To do this with me is our in-house analyst, Daniel Obi. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Bethel. Thank you again for inviting me.
How are you feeling today?
I'm cool. I'm quite fine.
Yeah,
the road is a little bit free today. Terminal Bridge is free.
Ah, that's nice. That's nice. Usually on Lagos, and this morning, it's a very busy time, right? Especially on a Wednesday like this.
Yeah, compared to Monday. Monday was a little bit hectic. I don't know why. I think there was accident on Terminal Bridge, so I had.
Oh yes.
So it was hectic for incoming vehicles to Ireland.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us, for being able to join us today. We're glad to have you. So we'll be diving deep into our stories for today. And the first one we have here is NNPCL says that it supported Dangote refinery establishment with a $1 billion loan. So now NNPC is saying that it's secured a $1 billion loan to help Dangote to support Dangote's refinery during the time it had financial difficulties. So what are your thoughts on this in terms of the relationship between the NNPC and Dangote? Do you think that he owes them some form of loyalty?
I think, Better, thank you very much for this, bringing this up. I think yesterday, Femi, corporate communications manager for NNPC, came up with this revelation that they secured $1 billion loan for Dangote refinery, and that was a good move by NNPC. I think it was equity investment, not really dash as such into Dangote refinery. It was a good move, and to me it underscores the importance of PPP in that sector, because we've been preaching public-private partnership, to ensure industries take off and continue to sustain themselves. So it was a good move by NNPC to have done that for Dangote.
And so how do you think this will influence the relationship they both have? Because Dangote himself has said that he loaned about $5 billion right, to help build the refinery and make it operational. And so now NNPC are saying that they also contributed towards what he's doing, right? And now, how do you think this affect the relationship they both have?
Of course, it is a good relationship. And that I know there were issues earlier, between NNPC and Dangote, but I think this will ease off. It will ease off it will cement the relationship between them. It's not something that will create chaos. It's about equity investment. What percentage does NNPC own in Dangote Refinery with that loan? And again, what we need to understand with that loan is NNPC too should come out more transparent on this issue. They secured 1 billion naira loan for Dangote. From where was the loan secured? We don't know. They said it's crude oil backed loan. Crude oil backed loan. NNPC is going to pay back for where they secured the loan. From where did they secure the loan? Are they paying interest on the loan? What time period will they supply the crude oil in order to pay the loan? So we need to know all these time frames. But for relationship between them, I think it's going to go well.
So the specifics is not very clear to us right now.
Yeah, the specifics are not clear. That is what we expect journalists to dig deep later on. To find out all the dynamics about the loan. For NNPC. From where was the loan secured? Because it will be told by Femi that it was crude oil backed loan. So that means NNPC is going to supply crude oil from where they secured the loan. So we need to understand from where NNPC secured the loan, and the terms of agreement of that loan, between NNPC and the multinational where they secured the loan.
And speaking of loans, the NBC has also said that it's facilitated a $3 billion Gazelle loan, to help stabilize Nigeria's foreign exchange, because the crisis that we're currently in. And can you help us unpack what's going on there?
I think, Nigeria is, so to say, a mono economy. It will depend largely on oil. For our foreign exchange, and for the NSPC to play a role in bringing foreign exchange in order to stabilize that aspect of the economy, I think it's well and good, because that's what they came out to reveal, that they stabilized the foreign exchange through the 3 billion naira Gazelle loan they took.
And what can we expect from that? What can we expect to see? Because I don't know if the results what they have expected, but I believe this loan should act as a catalyst for bringing more foreign exchange to Nigeria, right? So what should we expect from this loan? Because Nigeria is already in Nigeria has a very large debt profile, and so we don't want to accumulate more, right? So what does this really mean?
Yeah, better, I must be frank with you, loan on itself is not a bad idea. It's what we do with the loan.
Yes.
That's most important. And if you secure a loan, make sure you really invest it properly in order to have return on investment of that loan. That's what's important. But in some cases, you find out that loans are not really returnable, and we are not paying back on the loans. And we are not really getting investment on the loans, and that's why our loan portfolio is mounting. As of today, I think we have total standard debt of about $91 billion. And that is huge for a country like Nigeria, where we produce it. But in that aspect, Nigeria expects more foreign investments, FDIs, in order to bring more foreign forex to the country, in order to stabilize foreign exchange market.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Moving on, we'll try to move on to the next story that says rising food prices has driven inflation. Right, you see that inflation is now at 34.6%. It's the highest we've seen in a very long time, maybe ever. Right. So what's happening? What's happening there, Mr. Dan?
Inflation in Nigeria is so high, at 34.6 inflation. Is very high. And what is inflation? During increase in prices of goods over a time. So over a time, prices of goods and services have been increasing, and Nigerians have been bearing this. To be frank with you, Bethel, I must tell you, Nigerians are resilient people.
Yes.
We're really resilient people. In other climes, with such inflation at 34.6, man, you would have seen some demonstrations around up there, outside there. But really, Nigerians are resilient. Somebody told me already that if a bottle of water sells for 2,000 in Nigeria, if our Nigerians will bear it. What informed that resilience? I don't know. But really, inflation is really hitting Nigerians so hard and hitting our pockets so hard.
And it says that the rising cost of food is the driving force behind the hike in inflation.
Yeah.
And what does that say about Nigeria? Because Nigeria itself, there are many people who can't afford food. And, the Christmas season is upon us, right? What is the implication of this?
Look at our population better. Our population is about 200 and some say 30, some say 20 million people. And that means we consume a lot. This is a population that consumes, it's a big market in terms of demand for food. Okay? So what does that tell you? We keep on demanding for food. That means what we need to do is to produce more. We produce more. So possibly we're not producing more, and there's demand for this food. Because Nigerians must eat.
Yes.
They must eat. So when they are demanding for more food to eat, in order to stay alive, of course. Okay? So it will trigger prices increase when there's shortfall in production.
And so what is the way out here?
The way out here is, we have underplayed agriculture in Nigeria. We have underplayed agriculture. We should go back to agriculture. We should go back to production. We should go back to manufacturing. Okay? Though we know the challenges in agriculture presently. Okay? Insecurity that is driving farmers away from farms. So that's a major problem. So it's a value chain problem. So we need to tackle insecurity. We need to incentivize farmers to go back to farm and produce. We need to get seedlings that really can grow well, so that we can produce more for Nigeria. Because we are growing more population, 3% growth or 3.5% growth population, and food is the food production growing at that percentage. So we need to produce more in order to feed this population. If not, we keep on having the kind of problem we're having with inflation.
Interesting. So the food cannot feed all, or the food can feed all, but we're not using it well enough.
We need to produce more. We need to produce more. We need to go back to farm.
And of course, that also helps our exports.
Of course, it helps. Thank you very much for mentioning that. It helps our export and bring in the expected and desired foreign exchange. Because by the time you produce more, okay, you sell the excess you have. You need to feed your nation first. So after feeding your nation and they're satisfied, then you can now export the rest to outside world and earn the desired foreign exchange that you're looking for to stabilize the forex market. So this is a value chain thing.
Yes.
It's a value chain thing, a circle thing. So we need to go back to farm. We need to produce more, then export more, feed Nigerians. Then if you feed Nigerians, of course, it will equally, possibly, and I believe so, take care of this security. Okay? Allow farmers to produce, allow manufacturing sector to thrive, then employment grows. And it will take care of certain aspects of insecurity in the system.
So what are the present avenues in place to ensure that farmers are protected and their livelihoods are they're safeguarded in Nigeria right now?
But as I said earlier,
and what can be improved on, of course.
Yes, as I said earlier, farmers today in every region of this country are afraid to go to farms. Okay, a lot of insecurity is happening. Then the low purchasing power of Nigerians, they produce, who buys? Okay, who buys? So we need to have a system where they produce more. Okay, possibly government buys this, or have kind of a system where all this food they produce stocked, so that they keep on producing. But they produce and without selling them, then there's a problem. So we need to have a mechanism where they produce, okay, and sales continue. Then the system will keep on moving. Okay, so this is a way to incentivize the farmers in order to keep the economy and the agricultural sector really vibrant.
And of course, there's the issue of transportation prices, fuel prices, and raising the cost of transportation of these goods, which are also very costly to produce.
That's another thing too. You know, transporting some of the produce from various hinterlands to other urban areas or various places is another major problem. Okay, some of the farmers, especially low-income farmers, cannot afford their goods coming out of the farms to the urban areas. Okay, it's a major problem too. You know, so maybe merchants buy at the ports. You know, again, is another major thing I must mention here is produce lost, post-harvest losses. Okay, post-harvest losses is humongous in Nigeria. Around is about 40% of total produce in farms, post-harvest losses, and that's huge. Okay, we're looking at the system. Government should look at the system. Okay, organized private sector should look at the system where post-harvest losses are mitigated. Okay, and that will take care of food availability for Nigerians.
And everyone wins.
Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Even Nigerians win. Farmers win. Government win. Everybody wins in that system. Everybody wins. So post-harvest losses, certified farmers, all those chains taken care of, so that there be food availability for Nigerians.
Interesting. Moving on, the next story, top story we have is that the North Central All Progressive Congress Forum has said that the Northern region stands with President Bola Tinubu for 2027 presidential elections, and it says there in just Monday, you know, already that they would vote for Tinubu if he comes out as a contestant or as an aspirant in the 2027 presidential elections. So now we see that it's a very interesting topic because 2027 is not even upon us yet, you know, but many people are already saying, or these people are already saying that they will vote for him. Tell us what that signifies for Nigerians' politics right now.
Better, thank you very much. You see, Nigerians are we are very good people, I must say. This is 2024, and now we're talking about 2027. Thank you for asking that question. You know, what we are interested now is economic management. Okay, I know politicians are interested in politicking. Okay, hitting on the polity and so on and so forth. But what Nigerians are interested now is the economic performance. Okay, the North Central, making of Benue, Kogi, Plateau, Nasarawa, and Niger and Kwara states. Okay, saying that the forum saying that they will vote for Tinubu, well and good, but they should speak more on economic management of the administration, which will benefit more Nigerians. We're interested in policy who comes next to govern Nigeria, but we are more interested in governance, proper governance, adequate governance that will benefit Nigeria, not necessarily a history of the policy by talking about 2027 as a 2024.
Yes, and you know, do you think there's sentiment at play here? Because, I mean, if we look at it, the story also further says that the National Publicity Secretary, Tuku Muhammad Baba, who was part of the Arewa Consultative Forum, announced that it would support Northerners running for the presidency in 2027. So this is not about the persons, the manifestos, you know, the promises, their goals, or whatever the vision for the country. It's beginning to seem like a person thing, like my person kind of thing.
Yeah, better. You know what? I don't even know the configuration of those in the North Central APC that said this, the large number of people, what they represent. But I know they must have come from different 5 states or 6 states in that region, okay, representations. Well and good. If they represent the people, well and good. If they don't, they represent the people, well and good.
So you think that they might be speaking for them?
I don't know. You see, the electors have the mind of their own. the electorates have their mind on it. But the question is, I think what the APC North Central is trying to do is to counter the position of the Arewa Consultative Forum that says they may not favor Tinubu in 2027. But dynamics may change. This is 2024. Dynamics may change. But let me tell you, you see, like I said earlier, what Nigerians are interested in economy. Look at what happened in Ghana. We were here last week and we talked about Ghana's election. Ghana's election was more predicated on economic performance.
That's true.
Yeah. So coming an individual in the here and there in any of the regions saying they will vote for this, where did they? Are they speaking for the masses? The masses if they're allowed to vote properly and with their will, they vote whoever they feel that will drive the economy. But because their interest is economic progress and economic growth.
And it's very interesting because as we've been talking about, you made reference to Ghana, and then Ghana was able to oust a president who was not performing as expected, right? And the fact that many people tend to believe that the 2027 election is already concluded. What does that even say about Nigeria's electoral system?
Nigerians really, Nigerians don't believe in their system. Nigerians don't believe in the system. They believe that that voting and election is already concluded, like you said, before the election. So they don't believe in the transparency of the election. Okay? And that is why you see some apathy during elections. Some people don't really go to vote during elections. And that does not speak good of the system itself. Okay? Like Ghana did, and President Tinubu spoke about it, that both stakeholders, both presidents have spoken about Ghana's election as a model for Africa. Okay? So what we need to do is to see what did they get right? What did they do right? And we copy those models they did right. Instead of Nigerians don't believe in the system and allowing things to go the way they don't expect. We expect a transparent system in Nigeria. We expect elections. We expect the voters to speak, and the results show.
Sure.
That's what we expect in Nigeria. So saying that 2027 is concluded, it still boils down to lack of belief in the system.
Yeah.
That to me.
Indeed. So thank you. Now we want to move on to the final top story we have here. It says that the Federal Executive Council, the FEC, has approved the 47.96 trillion naira expenditure for the 2025 budget, and just 2025 budget, which is a 36.8% increase from the 2024 estimate. So now we know we've come to realize that this is not the highest it has been in dollars, of course, but it is quite a large amount of money. Now, what I will ask is, what should we expect to be the priority of the government with this budget?
The budget, I don't think I've read the breakdown of the budget of 47.960 trillion naira, which is, like you said, is 36.8% above
the last year's budget,
above the 2024 budget.
Yeah, the one presented.
And you can see that the budget is based on the benchmark of oil price of $75.
Yes.
Okay. Crude oil sales at 2.06 million barrels per day, and an exchange rate of about $1,400. It's all good. These are expectations, but my thinking is, like you ask, I pray that there are no distortions, along the line, and these projections are kept in line so that they'll meet the demand. Again, is that remember they said that they're going to borrow about 13.13 trillion.
Yes.
Okay. To as a deficit budget. Okay. So these are issues in the budget. The question is, how do you fund the budget? Like you said, debt is rising. Okay. How are you going to fund? How are you going to get the borrowing from where? So these are the things. Until the budget is broken down, then we'll be able to get some other details in the budget.
Yes. So on the show last week on Big Story, we are talking about the budget, and we're talking about how expenditure is our profit, capital is expected, to rise, right, from what we've seen last year. And then, we began, the conversation began to delve into how can we drive the capital? How would this happen? Is it because we look at the oil sector, right? Right. You say we want to do 2 million barrels a year, but how feasible it is? Per day. As you said, it's numbers, per day rather. As you said, it's numbers, it's all numbers, but how are we working towards it? And that's what we expect to hear from the government, right?
Yeah, like I said, the budget breakdown, we're expecting the budget breakdown because we equally expect, I don't think I've seen the capital expenditure and recurring expenditure, but like you said, about basing it on 2.06 million barrels per day oil. We can get this done if we tackle the insecurity, okay, in those areas, in those regions.
Yeah.
Okay, then allow normalcy to happen in that sector. I think we can get that done. But for exchange rate and the dollar, I think it's beyond Nigerian dynamics. It's beyond. But we pray, like I said, we pray that in that corridor things are really normalized in order to get, because as of yesterday, Brent crude oil was selling for $72 per barrel, I think so. Okay, so and we're budgeting at 75 barrels per. So we expect if we have the increase up to 75 during the year based on demands, then we can really fund the budget.
And this is supposed to help grow the Nigeria's GDP to about 4.6%.
Of course. Of course. Because by the time we get all these parameters in place, okay, of course the economy will be on the steady growth, and the GDP will equally grow as expected.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Ubi, for joining me on the show today to discuss our top stories. That would be all we have today. Do stay with us. I am Bethel Olujabi. We'll be back shortly with our newspaper review. Stay tuned.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at Business Day Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this. But if they see this podcast, they'll know. And gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking will increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take?
Yeah. What about yam?
Yeah. So many you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then you
end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
You are watching Business Day Television.
My name is Gaëtan Debuchy, the CEO of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank.
So you won the Microfinance Bank of the Year award. How does it feel for Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank to be winning this award?
It's a big achievement for us, a great day for us. We are very happy to get this award. To be the best microfinance bank of the country is a milestone for all of us.
For the microfinance sector is quite interesting. You see that we have the banks, the fintechs, the microfinance bank. What do you think is something that Advanced Lafayette is doing differently from other microfinance banks?
You know, in Advanced Lafayette, we are making impacts. Each day we are making impacts. We give a loan to a business owner, deposits, health insurance. So our mission, the financial inclusion, our mission is to make impact for the population, the citizen.
What do you have to say to your customers who also have been part of the success of your bank?
Okay, first of all, we provide useful and impactful financial services like loan for business owner, deposit, health insurance. We have also all the channel to be accessible, USSD, mobile app, POS. Yes, this is what we do for our customer. In addition of that, we are customer-centric. It's very important for us to be customer-oriented, to take care of our customer. We are there all the time for our customer.
Any words for Business Day?
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for this award. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Michael Abiodun Thomas, Managing Director, CEO of United Capital Trustees, and I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to Bafia Awards. You've just won the Trustees Company of the Year. Why do you think that United Capital took away this award?
Okay, yeah, so I think over the years, and over 60 years precisely, we've demonstrated leadership in our industry, generally to private trust clients, to corporate clients, public clients, and also some nationals. And I think what we've done over the year is to evolve and to get better and in our services and the things that we do, which are just excellent things that we run generally across board. This award is coming as a testament to our resilience, our innovation, our ability to grow with our clients decades over decade and watch the evolving state of their businesses or their individual lives change before us. And we are happy to continue to do this.
Awesome. So when we talk about excellence in banking and financial sector, what do you think that every bank can learn from the United Capital?
Yeah, one of our mantras is above and beyond. That doing what you ought to do is not enough. Stretching yourself, going the extra mile for your clients, putting in the extra effort will yield positive results now and much, much later. It's a win-win both for yourself and the company, and more importantly, your stakeholders, your clients, your employees, your board members, everyone putting on brand. That set of mindset, that same attitude to want to be the best and give the best are some of the things that we're happy to continue to demonstrate.
Any words for your customers who certainly we could say there's no bank, there's no company without its customers, its clients. Any words for your customers today?
Yeah, I mean, we are happy to do this with you. We are more than excited to provide the services to you. What do we promise? When the last quarter of 2024, we are repositioning ourselves for a more authentic customer experience kind of service, the kind of one that transcends your expectations in terms of what we deliver. And this is also going to be enabled by cutting-edge technologies, innovations, beautiful assemblies coming in on the ground. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
My name is Adedeji Adekoya, and I'm the head of capital markets of Iron Global Markets Limited.
I know it's a remarkable evening for you, having won the award for Innovative Deal Execution and Investor Relationship Mass Trade. So what does it mean for you, given that it only just started a couple of years ago at Iron Capital?
Thank you very much. Winning this award is something very, very, very precious to us at Iron Global. Like you mentioned, we are only about 2 years in existence, working in Nigeria capital market, and within that short space of time, we've been able to work with numerous clients in various sectors across the Nigeria capital market, insurance, banking, and what have you. So it means a lot to us. Thanks to the promoter and MD of the company, Mr. Jubril Akile, and the support of the board of directors. When we set out, we had that target of being one of the top 10 issuing houses in Nigeria. And within these 2 years, over the last 1 year, we can say we've achieved that. And we look forward to doing more.
What would be some of the milestones you would like to mention? Maybe the top 3 things you say will be the milestones or achievements you accomplished the last 2 years.
If you notice, just some few weeks ago, there was the domestic FG10 US dollar bond that was issued in the market. Iron Global was one of the 2 financial advisors to the DMO on that transaction. And it's a landmark transaction unprecedented in Nigeria. We are talking of over 900 billion US dollars that was raised in the domestic market. And we are very proud to have been an advisor to the federal government on that. And among that, we've also currently, if you notice the banking recapitalization that is ongoing, Iron Global is a co-lead issuing house to Fidelity Bank PLC, and a joint transaction of about 227 billion naira, which is ongoing, and we are proud to be part of that transaction. So those are the few transactions that we can say we've been part of within the firm in short space of time.
Yeah, and what explains this rapid growth, if you like?
Like I mentioned, the vision of the promoter and the CEO, Jubril Akile, and also the vision of the board. When we set out, we said we want to be the top 3 preferred financial advisor in the market. When clients are looking for advisors, when they are looking at number 1, 2, and 3, we want Iron Global to be part of it. So we've assembled a very small but very technical and experienced team. We walk around the cloud and we take our clients very, very, very serious. So we put our clients first to make sure that we've addressed all their financial needs. So with that at the back of our mind, we are able to deliver very good service to our clients.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I
am, of course, great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of
This is the BusinessDay television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BusinessDay Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review. I'm still here with Mr. Dan Obi, who is still joining me in the studio. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we'll jump right into it. Right. On BusinessDay's front page today, it says Shell Renaissance $1.3 billion deal set for regulatory approval. And it's a very interesting story because Shell has wanted to sell its onshore gas assets for a very long time. The lead says Shell's long-awaited $1.3 billion sale of its onshore oil and gas assets in Nigeria to the Renaissance Consortium is poised to receive regulatory approval. BusinessDay can confirm, and then we know that this deal has been brimming and been cooking since 2021.
Yeah.
What? Give us more information on what this signifies, Mr. Dan.
Yeah, the report says that Shell wants to sell their oil and gas offshore business to Renaissance Consortium. To me, it's an interesting development in that sector, though Shell will remain active in that sector, even if they sell to Renaissance Consortium. And again, it's the deal started, I think, in 2021. And I'm happy that it's progressive, and we pray that at the earliest the approval is gotten for this deal to be concluded, the better for both parties and better for Nigeria.
Now, what does this signify if this deal eventually goes through? What does it really
It signifies that local operators will begin to play more in the energy sector, and that's a good development. Looking at expertise, looking at investment, that's exactly the major thing. And this is one of the biggest deals in this region. $1.3 billion onshore sale to Renaissance Consortium. It's a big development, and again, it marks opportunities in that sector, the energy sector, in the economy.
Now, when BusinessDay contacted the special advisor on energy to President Bola Tinubu, and this is what he says. He said it is now up to the regulator to communicate the ministerial consent to the parties involved. This year alone, we've got 2 important final investment decisions, all thanks to the executive orders, which have been very helpful or impactful. So now he sees it as a good thing, I think, as you have said.
Yeah.
Right. And you say it opens up the market, the playing ground to more
local participation.
Yes.
In the energy sector. This, to me, it will give a good sign of a milestone in that sector. And the deal, remember, the deal was earlier structured to be about 2 point something billion, then came down to about 1.3 billion.
Yes.
There were issues earlier in the deal, but we are happy. The sectors, the participants in that ecosystem, they're really happy that this is moving on smoothly after negotiations. I think there have been so much negotiations between the two parties and even federal government, and the approval we're expecting is in accordance with the regulatory commission guideline, which we expect to maybe end this week, get approval this week or next week, and the deal will be sealed for Renaissance Consortium to take over the onshore business of Shell.
And what does this mean for Shell? What is at stake for them?
It will mean that Shell now will concentrate on some other areas they're doing, they're working on, and send this aspect to Renaissance Consortium to manage. So it's about concentration. It's about business deals, and that's good for Shell. It's good for Renaissance Consortium.
All right. So moving on to the next story we have here, it says Nigerians' 12-month ransom payment surpasses defense budgets. It's a very very interesting story, if you'd ask me, because it sheds light on what the insecurity problem in Nigeria, right? And it says here that in the story, if you look at the story, it says that the cases, total number of crime cases recorded in the urban and rural areas amounted to over 51 million. And, we're talking of 2 trillion, over 2.23 trillion naira in ransom paid, which is way more than the defense budget that Nigeria's defense budget to protect its citizens. Just interpret this report for us.
How do I interpret this again? I think better you've said it all. To every Nigerian that woke up this morning to get this report, it's really mind-boggling. It's really incomprehensible that in a year, Nigerians whose their victims, relations were kidnapped, paid 2.23 trillion naira to kidnappers. It's really mind-boggling. It's not comprehensible. I can't understand it in a nation like this. We begin to ask a lot of questions. Okay? So this money is within Nigerians. That's one. Two, where is the security apparatus? With all the systems, with all the budget for defense and insecurity, where is the security apparatus for Nigeria? Okay, earlier when we were talking about believing in system. Okay, believing in system. If a Nigerian that pays this kind of money to kidnapper to release their brother or their sister, how can he believe in the system? So it's really, even again, is that from the poor Nigerians that have been hit by inflation, that have been hit by various economic hardships, they will squeezing this money, borrowing from here and there to pay this money. My brother, it's mind-boggling in a country Nigeria, and it's not acceptable.
And we noticed that these cases were particularly rampant in the northwest and central. What does it say about these places? I mean, obviously it's isn't this a call to action? Isn't this an urgent situation that needs to be addressed?
For some time, the North Central has been in a very volatile situation.
Yes.
Yeah, and really it's cascading down to other regions. Kidnapping, banditry, insurgency, and so on. And like you said, it's a call to action. President Bola Tinubu, this is one of his campaigns promises, that if he takes over, he's going to ensure that we have state police. And since then, we've been going back and forth on this issue of state police. What does it mean? What he's trying to do is to make sure that we check rural crime. We have neighborhood policing. Okay? We have neighborhood policing. So we need to, like you said, it's call to action. We need to really find a system, find a way to police Nigerians, police Nigeria. If not, we'll be all consumed. Believe in me.
And then if we look at it, it says that the amount of ransom paid is bigger than the complete state budget for almost 5 states in Nigeria combined. And the question remains, where is this money going? Why can't this money be traced?
I bet I was coming to that, and I know you are going to ask this question. You see, I don't know how they paid this money. I pray that we're not involved. But I think some of these kidnappers prefer cash, okay, instead of transfer. Because transfer, of course, they'll be traced. So they prefer cash. You know, and again, you begin to ask, before you come to state budget, more than state budget, you begin to ask somebody carrying 20 million in cash, 50 million in cash, 10 million in cash, to go and give somebody somewhere in the bush. Okay? And we say we have state police apparatus. With all the technology, I just wonder why it's not traceable. That's one. The second aspect is that the banking system, okay, where this money, because it carried 10 million, okay, let's assume that these kidnappers are about 4 or 5. They share this money. Okay? I don't think they're going to dump it in the house. They're going to dump it in the bank. And they'll take 2 million, 3 million to the bank to deposit. The banking system does not ask question where this money comes from. So you see, the system, believe me, the system needs rejigging in order to get to the bottom of addressing insecurity in Nigeria.
And you know, I was coming to that. I mean, like, that's why I asked, where's this money going to? Because of course, the money will be spent, right? And these people probably have accounts where they save this money in, or where they keep them, because not many people can keep large amounts of that money in cash for a very long time. And then, you know, we also have to ask the question about why is it that this has been allowed to spread this far? Where did it go wrong?
You see, we have seen, we're talking about system. We have seen that kidnapping has become a major industry.
It is now a profitable business.
It's a big industry. Why? Why? It's because we are not checking it. We've not really adopted a system to check it. If we find a system to checkmate it, believe me, it will stop. It's like a big organized crime. I don't know whether the big guys and the poor guys are involved. If not, why can't we leave this on the board? Okay? And these guys, they live lavishly. With the money they make, they live lavishly. And when they live lavishly, it's good to trace these guys. In other climes, listen, before you buy a car of 10 million, 30 million, 40 million, okay? After buying that car, simply, some security may come, congratulations, but can we know your source of this? Okay? But in our system, that's why the system needs a little bit rigid. In our system, sometimes you see some of this compromise within the system, and the whole thing traffics. The point is that our police needs to be equipped. Our police needs to be encouraged. Okay? If we get that system in place where our police equipped, paid well, encouraged, believe in me, crime will be abated. But to me, it's unacceptable that Nigerians are paying 2.23 trillion in a year to kidnappers, funding businesses like that, funding kidnapping business with guns. I mean, it's unacceptable, and this is a wake-up call for Nigerians. It's a wake-up call for FG. It's a wake-up call to state security apparatus in Nigeria.
It is indeed, and it's saddening. It's really saddening that many people who are falling victim to this, they have to pay this huge sum of money, and they cannot even get justice. Because the first instinct, when things like this happen, is to call the police, is to call the security, right? But then there is this reservation because you don't know who is who.
Yeah. That's another. I told you.
Trust.
I told you earlier about trust deficit in the system. How do we build it back? We build it back. But look at. Last week I was interviewed here about Donald Trump coming in and and deporting some people out of America. You know, and some say, that is going to check people going to America. I say, why is America kind of, why do they have the kind of image they have? Look at what happened in Nigeria about how many years ago, about 5 years ago, where an American was kidnapped. Okay? And Americans, security, came to Nigeria to release that individual. Do you understand? Americans will have trust in their system. Even those who are not concerned, by the time they read and hear that kind of where American was released in Nigeria kidnapped, they believe in America. The same thing, there are certain things we would do that will tell you, come on, I need to believe in Nigeria. And that is one of them. By tracing these kidnappers, getting them arresting them, prosecuting them adequately, Nigerians will believe in the security apparatus and ransom will stop.
And it begs the question, what are security agencies doing? Because, I mean, you mentioned equipping the law enforcement, but they are already equipped, aren't they?
No, they are doing a lot, though. They are doing, but I think, crime evolves. The dynamics of crime evolve. So what do they need to do? They need to be trained adequately on these dynamics. They need to be trained because crime perpetrators are smart. They're smart. So they change tactics often. And what our security apparatus need to do is to follow this trend and equip themselves along this line. Which trend, which tactics are really in place? What is going on? So we need to get them equipped. They're doing a lot though. They're doing a lot. But they need to be encouraged. They need to be equipped properly in order to get to the bottom of this. Because I can't understand. This can't happen in other climes. You hear that Nigerians, you hear that Americans pay 2.23 trillion to kidnappers in a year. Come on, it can't happen. It's only in certain climes that this can be tolerated, and we take it as a norm. It's not acceptable in any climb, and we should get to the root of this in addressing it.
Indeed. A very ironic situation we found ourselves in. But we'll move on to the Punch. The headline today says, FG opposition clash over Tinubu's government reforms. And the lead says the federal government and the opposition parties clashed on Tuesday following the criticism of the economic policies of the Bola Tinubu administration by the Delta State government, Governor Sheriff. The PDP and the New Nigerian People's Party agree with the governor that Nigerians are being crushed under the weight of Tinubu's economic reforms. But the Minister of Information and National Orientation argues that the reforms had made more resources available to states. What do you have to say about this, Mr. Dan?
We will continue to experience this kind of comments and counter comments, because really Nigerians are going through excruciating time, okay? Being hit by inflation, being hit by economic hardship. For Delta State Governor to say this, believe you me, he's feeling the pulse of the people, okay? He's feeling the pulse of the people, especially his workers, especially government officials. He's feeling it, and they relate with the people. And we all relate with the people. We know what is going on, okay, in the system. Where your salary cannot take you home again. Take home pay cannot take you home. So Nigerians are really going under pressure. But for this opposition, reforms are good. Just like I said earlier, taking loan is good. But what you do with it? Reforms are good for an economy. But what government needs to do better is explain to Nigerians, okay? Explain to Nigerians the reforms you are embarking upon and the expected maturity of those reforms. You are doing, for instance, you are going to school. You're undergraduate. You do the course of 4 years. What's your aim? That's like reform. What's your objective? Your objective is that you graduate in 4 years. Okay? Luckily, you get a job. So no matter the pains you are going through in 4 years, under rain, under sunshine, doing assignments, your objective and your aim, your target is that in the next 4 years, I will graduate. So reforms are equally in that take that structure. We are backing on this reform. In the next 2 years, we expect this.
So transparency, yes.
Transparency. So Nigerians will believe in the reforms. But when you impose reforms on Nigerians without explaining all this, of course, there will be oppositions.
You see, and the Minister of Information is accusing the governor of trying to deflect the fact that because Delta is an oil-producing state, that his state has enjoyed an influx, of revenue recently. That there's over ₦1 trillion, it says. Now, what does that actually? What do you say about that, right?
No, you see, that's taking the question out of the criticism. Not that the government cannot ask Delta State government. The Delta State government is a government of its own in their state. They have a legislature, they have executive, so there should be. But I like this. I like these checks.
Yes.
I like these checks. Throwing back the governor. What have you done with the money you received? But should it come at this time? It's only Delta State governor that these questions should be posed to. So that's the question, because he made an attack. He made opposition to the reforms of government. Should it be only Delta State governor that they throw back the question to? They should throw it back to all the state governors. What are you doing with the allocations given to you? Not only to Delta State governor because he made a statement. No, make your check and balances general, and take the Delta State governor's comment on its value. Are your reforms producing results? When are we expecting them to produce results? Explain to Nigerians, and that is where we are.
And then back to speaking of reforms, we know that Nigerians are asking how long until we see the results. That is the question on every Nigerian's mind, because the government Nigerians have become used to this shock therapy, right? The removal of the fuel subsidy, the floating of the naira, the introduction of the tax reform bills. These are things that have brought about what Nigerians will say not very comfortable environments because of the naira devaluation, the food. We just talked about inflation, and soaring food prices. So the question is, okay, you say we should endure, but how long?
I think better. That is the core of the issue. I told you, somebody told me that, you see, bottle of water. If bottle of water sells for 2,000 naira, Nigerians will tolerate it. Nigerians will bear it. Like I said again, Nigerians are resilient. Resilient, informed by what I don't know. Either cowardice, either again, is that you find out that Nigeria appears to be a little bit polarized. Okay? And that is possibly what informs the resilience. Not resilience because they expect the reforms to yield result. Nigeria appears to be a little bit polarized. If a northern governor president is there, don't expect the northerners to protest. If southwest president is there, don't expect the southwest
support.
Yeah, if a southeast president, so it's a little bit. So this could be what informs the resilience. But the point is that the government should come out on each reform to say, these are the objectives of this reform. This is what we want to do, and this is expected result, and this is the timeline of the results. And if you do that, you take Nigerians into confidence, and Nigerians will believe in you. And when the results start coming, tell Nigerians, these are the results of the reform. For instance, before the oil subsidy was removed, we were told that Nigeria was spending how many trillion of naira on subsidy. Okay? Right. Now, so this is removed. That means that money is coming back to the government.
Yes.
Now, the question is that, what is government doing with that?
We are still borrowing, by the way.
With that fund. So these are the questions. You think Nigerians are not watching? So we need to understand, after the removal of subsidy, we're supposed to generate this. What are you doing with it? Okay, you have possibly increase the money allocation to states. Okay, let us know how the allocation is being done. And we believe in the system. Transparency, accountability, that's what Nigerians expect. And Nigeria as a nation will progress as and the brand Nigeria, in the mind of Nigerians, we equally have a top notch.
Indeed, very interesting topic, and also one that many people are really monitoring very closely, because even other countries are looking at Nigeria as the so-called African giant. You know, many people are hopeful. And of course, but I would like to ask you, Mr. Dan, do you think Nigerians are patriotic to Nigeria, but Nigeria does not reciprocate that?
Very good question. Whether Nigeria is patriotic to Nigeria, but Nigerians don't reciprocate it.
Nigerians are patriotic to Nigeria.
Okay.
But is Nigeria patriotic to Nigerians?
But it's a very tough, dicey question. You see, Nigerians want to give their best to Nigeria. Believe in me, Nigerians, we love Nigeria. If you travel outside Nigeria, Nigerians are respected. Okay, and if you travel outside Nigeria, Nigerians defend this country in all parameters. But when we come back home, we fight ourselves. Okay, so we should find a way of really allowing the system, allowing Nigerians to believe in the system, in order locally, internationally, to promote Nigeria. Nigeria is a big nation. We need to find a system to make sure that governance gets to every Nigerian. Let them feel Nigeria. And that patriotism we're talking about will really be... Why is America so great? Like I said, why are they great? Every American, or most Americans, believe in America. Not that there's no crime there, but they have a system of making you believe in America. So we can adopt that model, making Nigerians believe in Nigeria. No matter what. This is Nigeria. I believe in my country. And Nigeria should probably find a way to reciprocate that by putting infrastructure in place, putting education in place, putting health sector in place, and you see Nigerians reciprocating that gesture by Nigeria. But by the time you see, like you said, talk about earlier, kidnapping,
yes,
nobody saying anything, the road system poor, education system poor, health system no drugs, you ask yourself, but if all this infrastructure, and that's what government wants to do by these reforms, getting these things in place, and government should speed you up, really, because we're in a fast age. Government should speed you up to get dividend of democracy to Nigerians and see Nigerians behaving very good to Nigeria.
Indeed, very, very, very insightful take on that. We just look at our last headline on Punch. It says Nigeria, Ghana eye better relations as Tinubu hosts President-elect Mahama. Right, and then we'll move on to page 24, where it says that President Bola Tinubu has received Ghana's President-elect John Mahama at his official residence at the Aso Rock Presidential Villa in Abuja. Tinubu's SSA on social media revealed this, and he says that this visit has tried to enhance the Nigerian-Ghana relations. And we all know Nigeria-Ghana as brothers, right? We are considered neighbors, right? Even if we're not close together geographically, but in terms of culture-wise, in terms of we are together, right? So how does this visit, how do you think this visit can improve, better strengthen that connection that both countries have?
Yeah, better, like you said, historically, Nigeria and Ghana are really good neighbors. They're good brothers, historically. We're members of Commonwealth,
yes,
and ruled by the colonial masters, for John Mahama, the president-elect of Ghana, to visit Nigeria, only underscores the giant nature of Nigeria. Okay, and what he's trying to do is to underscore that relationship, that Nigeria and Ghana are really brothers, and this visit will equally deepen Ghana-Nigeria relationship. And whatever we need to learn Like I said earlier, Ghana had the election peacefully. It went well, and Nigeria should learn certain things from Ghana, in their democracy. Because as at last 2029, Obama visited Ghana and underscored the democracy of Ghana. So we need to see other presidents, world presidents, coming to Nigeria to underscore Nigeria's elections and democracy. So Ghana is moving well in terms of a democracy, and with the stability in democracy, of course, economy will begin pick up more. And like I said earlier, then the people, the Ghanaians, will continue to believe in Ghana. And the system is cohesive. The system is all embracing. If Ghanaians believe in Ghana and Nigerians believe in Nigeria, okay, things will be moving on well. They believe in Ghana, okay, you see the stability, you see security curtailed, you see stealing curtailed, and everybody, farmers, will do things well in Ghana. The same thing in Nigeria. If we believe in Nigeria, okay, insecurity will be curtailed and other crimes will be curtailed and the system will move on well. So Ghana and Nigeria, they are good neighbors, and deficit is well underscored.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Danuvi, for joining me in the studio to discuss our top stories. Your insights have been well appreciated and very valuable.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Better.
Well, that's all we have for you on the top stories today. We'll be back with the big story. Do stay tuned. I'm Bethel Jabi, and this is the Big D Breakfast Show.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, BusinessDay's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in BusinessDay is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website, which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Yeah. Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good, and then you
They end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dele Adeyinka, the Chief Digital Officer at Polaris Bank. I'm the divisional head in charge of retail, digital, and transaction banking in Polaris Bank.
Very well. Welcome, Mr. Dele Adeyinka. How does it feel to be carting away the award for the Digital Bank of the Year, and as well as the Best Bank for MSMEs of the Year award for Polaris Bank?
Thank you very much. It's exciting for us, and I think I'd like to start by appreciating the organizers, BusinessDay conferences, for making this possible for the bank. The award in itself, the 2 awards, we're dedicating it to our major stakeholders, our board, management, and the customers who made this possible for us. And of course, a very dedicated set of staff who have worked over the years to make us recognized for this award, and also for ultimately getting awarded with these 2 beautiful awards. By the way, this is the 4th year we're getting these 2 set of awards in a row, and we're very grateful for being counted worthy, having gone through all the appraisal period, and finally getting awarded these beautiful awards.
Getting it for the fourth time in a year says a lot about what you are doing. I mean, if you're doing something consistently and you're getting the award you've gotten in the past years, is it also the award for the Digital Bank of the Year?
Correct.
So what do you think you're doing differently in the banking sector?
So I just think the bank, Polaris Bank, is dedicated to, one, using technology to fight out there, to compete in the marketplace. We pride ourselves to be a leading digital bank in the industry. To serve these customers, we really know that the best we can do is to use technology to compete out there. There are several other indices with which we can compete, but as a bank, and being a retail bank for that matter, we decided to use technology to fight. And that is ascribed to the awards we are getting, both from the digital point of view and even for the MSMEs that we are also serving. So whether they are retail customers, whether they are corporate customers, and whether they are SME customers, we are out there to serve them. And we are diligently doing that in the market.
So how has Polaris Bank been able to navigate, especially in this time where it seems like the banks are sort of like a tussle between banks and the fintechs?
Yeah.
What is Polaris doing to stay relevant?
Okay, so the name of the game is not really to compete. The name of the game is for us to collaborate. So we're collaborating with the fintechs rather than competing with the fintechs. And we made a lot of our offerings available to the fintechs. We have a very strong, formidable sandbox today where we have made all our APIs available. And the fintechs are seeing us as the best bride and as a good partner to collaborate with, to serve their own customers by extension. And both our customers and their customers are getting the best of two worlds. So all of what banks and the deposit money banks are offering today, as well as fintechs, we are collaboratively offering that to our joint customers. And our customers are getting the best for this.
So what do you want to tell your customers who obviously they are a huge part of your success?
Of course, it's to appreciate our customers who have over the years stayed with the bank despite all the different changes, and to also congratulate them for making this possible, because without our customer, we wouldn't have been able to achieve all of this. So we're grateful for the customers and we're encouraging them to stay glued with the bank. They've been benefiting and will continue to give our super best in serving them and ultimately delivering the best return to our different shareholders and stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dele, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So my name is Godslove Chinekwe. I am the creative director in Brave Achievers. There's been a lot of development in AI currently, and we felt that there was a need to show the people, bring it to the people, and help people to understand that it's something they can also participate in. Demystify the concept of AI, and to let the people know how the other areas that AI can be used. And so this summit is a practical one where it's not just, we're not talking to the people, it's a doing summit where the participants are shown what is possible, and they are supposed to do it during the sessions, the class or the practicals or the labs. So that's what's different about this summit with other stuff. It's a practical session. By the time you come out of this session or these classes, you would know how to use these tools and achieve the intended purpose.
So when you say that it's a practical summit, what and these classes you are talking about, what are some of these classes that we've had at this summit that the participants have been able to attend?
So one of the popular ones is the film video production class, and also the advertising section. During the class, the students go through each class with examples and how-tos and practicals. So they're expected to follow what the teacher is showing, and they would participate, ask questions, and at the end of the class they will have a result similar to what the teacher is showing, which is unique, makes it different from what the typical stuff, and the feedback has been positive. People now believe they can do stuff. Obviously they need more practice, but as an initiation or as a start, it's been quite successful.
So, as a facilitator, what would you say has been one of the greatest takeaway? I don't want to say the greatest because we've not had the final day, so I know there's still a lot more to even come. So far so good. What's one thing that you are even taking away?
I would say the people I've heard are driven. People want to learn. People understand that there's this AI buzz. It's here to stay. And there's a strong drive that I notice that people want to participate in it. They want to be represented in it. They want that diversity to show as well in AI. People want to participate and they're eager. There's a lot of eagerness, I can say. I think it's not like AI solving it. It's about the people participating in it, because the idea or what people fear most of the time, they think it's going to take their jobs, it's going to disrupt everyone, everybody's going to lose their job. I think, but that's not the case. It just means that we need to participate to make our jobs better, or we need to get involved with AI or use AI as a tool so that we can do better at our work. I would say that's the problem it will solve. If the people start to use AI, they will get better at their job, they will get better at what they do, they will get better results. Yeah.
My name is Olubusayo Adedi, the CEO of Sirius Group Africa. We are a Pan-African innovative investment banking firm involved in advisory and trusteeship and equally asset management. And also we have our player in serving the SME space through our microfinance bank platform. We are into innovative financial services and providing solutions across Africa and also empowering Africa prosperity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Congratulations on winning the fastest growing corporate trustees in Nigeria award 2024. And can you tell us what this award means to you?
Yeah, this award actually is the second time in a row. We won it last year as well. And that shows the appreciation of our services for the market. Okay. We are very proud of actually having this award in our group. The trust firm has actually been doing wonderfully well, and through that we have brought innovative products into the market, and this award actually shows that yes, the market has received our products very well, and it shows to us that we're to do more and to continue to actually commit to innovative products in trust services in Nigeria and even across Africa.
Yeah, corporate trusteeship is not. What do you do? What is it?
As corporate trusteeship, there are 3 levels of trusteeship. We have the public trust space, we have the corporate trust space, and then we have the private trust space. In the public trust space, we serve as intermediary and represent investors in public issuances like government bonds as well. And in the corporate trust space, we serve as security trustees, whereby organizations who come to the market to actually raise funds, put securities in trust of trustees, and also we represent the interest of the borrowers, who actually ensures we represent the interest of the lenders and ensuring that the borrowers actually repay, and then in case of default, the lenders are not left without a security interest. So the trustees actually fill that space of ensuring and bringing comfort into the venture transaction. And also in the private trustees, we manage estates, and then we help people to actually plan for their future. And also we hold assets on behalf of beneficiaries. So that's what we basically do. But what we have done is to actually bring innovative way, introduce technology to this process, and also we actually brought collaborative ways by which the services are rendered, and then the needs of the investors are met the creative way.
What would you say will be the 3 biggest deals you've done in the last?
Okay, in a couple of years that we've been involved in about 2 very big deals. Most essentially this year, we're involved in the 22.5 billion transaction by one of the state governments in Nigeria, and also the first state green bonds. We are also on that transaction. That is still in the works, but since our inception about 3 years ago, when we joined the trusteeship industry, we have actually been involved in different large transactions which I cannot, but like I mentioned, it's from 22.5 billion, and then there is another 20 billion that we're involved in as well.
Yeah, and then where do you see the next milestone you're working toward?
Okay, in terms of
without avoiding secrets anyway.
The next milestone or the next trajectory we have actually set for ourselves, we want to be one of the 3 top trusteeship company in Nigeria within a space of 5 years operation. Now 3 years, between now and the 5th year of operation, we want to be among the top 3 trust companies, if not the first. And also, we're not looking at operating within Nigeria or alone. We are looking at growing into the emerging market in Africa, because Africa's prosperity is actually our watchword. We believe that fixing Africa's infrastructural gap can only be done by the Africans. Sure. Yeah. And so our coming into this space is to actually bridge whatever the gaps are, both within the Anglophone and the Francophone, within the African space. So our intention is to actually have a dominant place within the financial services sector in both Nigeria and Africa.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once more, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome. This is the Big Story segment on BDTV. I am Bethel Olojabi, and our big story today is on the 150 million naira penalty placed by the CBN to defaulting banks found hawking mint naira notes. To give a little context, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has imposed a fine of 150 million naira on deposit money banks found complicit in aiding and abetting the illicit flow of mint naira banknotes to currency hawkers and unscrupulous economic agents. This is revealed in a circular issued by Solaja Mohammed Olayemi, Acting Director of Currency Operations, dated December 13th, 2024. The circular referenced on earlier notice issued on November 13th and expressed the CBN's dismay at the continued commodification of naira banknotes, which the Apex Bank stated undermines efficient cash distribution to bank customers and the general public. The practice, according to the CBN, is not only detrimental to the economy, but also compromises the integrity of Nigeria's currency management system. Well, joining me to discuss this in detail is our in-house analyst, Onyinye Nwachukwu, who is Business Day's Abuja Bureau Chief. Good afternoon. Good morning, Onyinye. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you better. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Wonderful. Wonderful to have you. How are you feeling today?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good myself. Thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so we'll start off immediately, right? And let's start from the very top, right? Can you explain how banks are involved in the illegal hawking of naira notes?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I said.
Repeat your question, yeah.
Okay, yes. I said, can you explain to us how banks are involved in the illegal hawking of mint naira notes?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me this morning. We know that banks have, over time been accused. Not just us. Including even the CBN, including even if you even look at one of the recent circulars it's been brought out, indicting banks of hoarding, so to speak, of illegally giving out banknotes, mints, to hawkers, to even people, so what that means then is that there's restriction, so you don't have enough cash, flowing in the system. So, is that bad? But even before we talk about how bad, this is, I would like to step back a bit and look at, first of all, what even causes scarcity of banknotes, like we see today. A few issues. First of all, is that there's, first of all, there's demand, there's high demand, as I expect. Especially around this time, who go to students are not, really inclined to, spending or using, what I say, electronic medium, to like.
Sorry,
people shop in the market and all that.
I'm struggling to.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. I struggled a little bit. You were not very audible.
Okay. Okay, so I was saying that, yes, that banks.
You can go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that, over time, banks have been accused, by not just us, by even the CBN, the regulator, that banks hoard, give out notes, especially mints, notes, to people that are not supposed to, like hawkers and all that, or even just give it to prepared customers and all that. The accusations, the evidence are all there. Not business day, saying it. And this thing, keeps increasing, and especially about this time, when people want to, spend notes, spend cash, and all that, maybe for parties and all that. There are still restrictions around, spraying money and all that. But we'll still see those bundles of, mint notes, go out. So where did that come from? Definitely from the banks. And it's also, we looking at even the recent circulars, from the CBN, you see that those, will I say, accusations, align with this position. But I was saying that even before we, begin to talk about how bad hoarding, how bad this illicit financial flows, in Australia, we can just step back a bit, and I'd like to step back a bit and look at why we even have scarcity at this point. And I was saying that, first of all, there's demand, high demand. We all know, that people at about this time of the year, spend more, so they're looking for cash, they're looking for money. Even when you want to transfer, there are some things, that you cannot read, like in the local, in the open local market. People, transact basically, with cash. Where people are traveling, they need cash because they're not sure even where they're going to. Probably, they're traveling to villages, whether they're going to get cash and all that. So people need cash. People also want to keep cash, with them, in case of emergencies and all that. The technical glitches that we've had even in recent times. So I think that is, basically one of the reasons, why people would want to keep cash. Secondly, is the fact that there's also limited supply that is not matching the demand. Increasingly, many people are saying that the CBN is not releasing enough cash to meet up with demand. And CBN itself is also saying that it's mindful of, first of all, its cashless policy, which it wants to encourage more people to increasingly use the digital platforms to make their transactions. There's also inflationary tendencies. Of course, you know how our inflation numbers are going up, and CBN is mindful of that. Cardoso himself, the Central Bank governor, is mindful of that. So it's not ready to push out more money like we would want to see. That is number two. Number three, there's also this economic challenges. We've seen inflation going up, like I mentioned. So what does that mean? Price of goods and services have gone up.
Yes.
So people are demanding more cash, to be able to meet up with their daily expenditure, so to speak. So what you would buy, or what you are buying, in the last few months or even in the last 1 year for say 10,000 naira today, when you may need up to 20, 30, 40,000, even to buy them. And some of those things need cash. If you go to the market, you want to buy, say, a basket of tomato. Most times, the people selling, is cash, that they will ask for. So you have to have cash, to meet up with, your purchases and all that. That is another thing. Then another issue there or element is also bank compliance. Like you mentioned, and I already also spoke about how are banks complying with CBN's regulations, to say, hey, please let this money be made available, to the people. How are they complying? So CBN on one hand is saying that there's money in the system, and CBN being an evidence-based institution, a data-driven institution, I tend to, want to believe the CBN, says, oh, there's much money, there's money in circulation, there's the currency in circulation, over 4 trillion naira in circulation outside the banking system. Where is the money? These are some of also the money that CBN itself is trying to mop up. So where is the money? So it's convinced, Central Bank of Nigeria is convinced that there is money out there, but where are they? That makes that hoarding, people are keeping these monies, which brings me to to another point about hoarding. People have also been accused of hoarding these notes.
Yes.
Because they don't know what's going to happen next and all that. In fact, there was even at some point a message circulating that the 1,000 naira, old 1,500, 200 naira note will cease to exist by December. Of which CBN just recently came out with a statement to say no, aligning with the Supreme Court ruling in November last year, to say that no, these banknotes will continue to exist side by side with the new notes until they're completely fed out of the system. But people are not sure. People don't seem not to believe what they are hearing and all that. So those are the things that are fueling cash shortage, I would say, in the system. So banks are culpable. They've been accused. CBN has accused them, But when you ask them, when you ask bank officials, in fact, I've also been asking, where is the money? CBN says you guys have the money, so why are you not making the money available? And I will tell you that I don't have the money in their vault. So I think that CBN should also strengthen its its checks, its control system to be sure that those monies are made available.
Very interesting.
To the customers.
Yeah, very interesting. Now let's talk implications. Do you think this issue of naira shortage, which has led to the illegal hawking of certain mint naira notes, how does this impact the Nigerian's economy generally? And also, let's bring it down a little to how does this impact public trust in banks?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a straightforward answer. There's no how
sorry.
Cannot affect the economy like we know it. We are still struggling to align with, comply with CBN's cashless policy. I know that so much has been done. There are so many electronic channels, out there that people can use and all that. Things have improved, but we are still a cash-based economy as we speak today. So, looking at things from that point of view, you will now understand that when there's no cash, when cash is not flowing, in the system, it tends to constrain. It tends to stop a lot of economic activities, happening. You go to the market, people don't have cash, and especially these days that even network glitches and all that, people can't even make the transfer and all that, comfortably. So it's a problem. It has economic implication, it has wider implication for the economy because it's going to affect, purchases, is going to affect economic activities like we are already saying. If we don't really need this cash, people won't be complaining. People do not really need this cash for their daily transaction. They won't be complaining. People won't be talking about it. But because we need this, because of the situation we have at hand, CBN is pushing its cashless policy, but honestly, it hasn't really, been widely accepted. So I know that someday we'll get there, but as it is today, we are not there yet. So yes, it's affecting, and it will continue to affect, the economic activities if things, don't improve quickly.
Yes, and Onye, do you think the 115 million naira fine is enough to deter banks from these practices? Do you think it's enough caution?
Honestly, better, I don't think so. I don't think so. And there are also other people, other views, that align with this. Okay, so you say 150 million naira per branch, so for any branch of a bank, that is found culpable.
Yes.
It's not commensurate, so to speak, with the kind of with the kind of will I say, things that you want to see happen in the system, with the kind of measures, that you're pushing. It's not. I think we need stiffer sanctions, but before even the stiffer sanctions, what we need is enhanced monitoring. CBN has done a bit in recent times, to try to ensure better cash flow in the system. First was even a memo or a circular, to all banks, saying that, hey, make cash available. If you do not make it available, I'm going to come after you. One, and then.
Sorry, I can't. I think we're having little interference there. I didn't catch that. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear.
Okay, sorry.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We didn't catch the last thing you said. There was a little bit of interference.
Sorry, can you hear me? Is it better?
It is now.
It's better now. Can you hear me?
Yes, it is now. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I was saying that yes, CBN has brought out this measure, this punitive measure to ensure that banks, as a deterrent, to banks which are encouraging, aiding, abetting illicit cash flows to hawkers, to even people that are not supposed to have, the amount of money that they are, collecting, giving them at the moment. But what I'm saying is that it's good. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not sufficient. More needs to be done. more needs to be done if CBN will achieve what it wants to achieve for the bank itself, the entire banking system, financial system, and even the economy generally. But even before the sanction, I think there's also need to strengthen controls in the banks itself to check their staff, check their workers, check the people that do these daily transactions, monitor who is taking what is the monies, where are the monies going to, So those are the things that I think, should happen within the banks themselves, and then even the CBN also, like the one of the statement that it released late last night, saying that it will continue to monitor. I think the monitoring is what is actually, or one of the critical things that actually needed right now, to ensure that this policy works. Otherwise, those measures, the 150 million sanction or fine or proposed levy, is not deterrent enough. That's my own opinion.
And speaking of regulations, in your opinion, do you think that Nigerians, especially in a time, the Yuletide time that we're in, and the festive season where many people are in need of cash, do you think Nigerians should be allowed to withdraw any amount of cash right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Wherever, everywhere in the world, citizens, customers are allowed, and they have the right to withdraw their monies at any time, and that they want to. However, that right, that they have is also constrained by limitations, coming from policies, either from the banks themselves, or from the regulator, or even from the larger economy. For instance, I can't say because you have 1 billion or 2 billion in the bank, and you wake up one morning and say, okay, you call your officer or even the branch manager, you say, I need 500 million naira today. No, it doesn't happen like that. You have to first of all go ahead, find, give information ahead, if it's even allowed. But even as it is today, it's not allowed. But it is allowed. They have to still give notice, because that your right is subject to availability. 1. 2, there's a regulator that is ensuring, especially as we have it today, the CBN is doing everything it can to check inflation, to make sure that the inflationary tendencies, pressures, abate. That is not the time to wake up and say, oh, I want 1 billion naira cash because I have 500 billion naira, 500 billion naira in the bank. It's not going to happen, watch that, happen. So those are some of the issues, so that can constrain your right as a customer, being to collect, any amount that you would want to collect, so to speak. There's also the issue of wider economic implications for the government. For instance, we have security concerns today. We know that when, for instance, kidnapping happens, ransom is paid and all that. So those are also some of the reasons why the banks and the regulator may not allow that kind of cash flow in the system, so that, including even money laundering, so that people do not use those monies to implement or carry out their evil vices and all that. So those are some of the issues. So while we have a right as the banking public to ask for request for our monies whenever, however we want, but there are wider economic financial implications, which the banking system, the CBN, the government, and all the stakeholders are also trying to check. So those are the constraints that we have.
Yes, thank you. Now, it's interesting that you will talk about internal operations, because I was going to ask, how do you think the banks can monitor and then also regulate internal operations to ensure that there's no collusion between the internal operations and these hawkers?
It's about monitoring. It's about checking. And it's about determination too. Without sounding like I want to accuse anybody, I don't know whether there's large sums of money that can move out of a branch, for instance, that say a branch manager, so to speak, or even a supervisor may not be under. So how are those people being checked? Are the internal controls, are they there? Those are the issues that CBN is raising. Are they there? You have to put those internal controls to make sure that, see, if we say, like just last night, CBN brought out another circular saying that, okay, 100,000 naira limit for POS transactions, daily transactions, going for customers, 500,000 in a week, across every channel, whether it's POS, whether it's OTC, or the counter transaction and all that. It's 500,000. Then 1.2 million for agent bankers and all that. But how are those things being monitored? It's about monitoring and enforcement. When those people are caught, even, what happens to them? So it's about internal controls. The banks themselves, have to, strengthen their own internal controls. One. Then CBN will, have to also strengthen its own monitoring, its own supervision of these banks, to be sure that what they say they are doing, that is what they are doing, and then if also collaboration with law enforcement agencies is also critical, very, very important. I saw I read a recent story where 2 bank officials in Enugu State, I think, have been prosecuted by the EFCC for aiding and abetting hawking. So they probably sold cash, to hawkers, and they were caught, and they are in court. They were arrested and they're in court. Can we see some of those things, happen? That is that can deter. That is one of the critical measures that can deter people from taking all these actions, that undermine the system, undermine the party system itself, and hurt all of us. So if a few people have this bank, if a few people are going to collect the cash that you and I can collect, where will we get our own cash to collect? That is the thing. And also, where is the place of patriotism?
Right.
Where is the place of patriotism? Yes, we no longer see people spray cash and all that at parties, but we now see people dole out bundles. I mean, that's their money. I mean, I cannot. But what I'm saying is that those monies are coming from somewhere.
Yes.
Those monies were given, were released, were issued, by somebody from a bank. So those are the things. So if we collectively say that this is wrong, and then because it affects us, it affects every one of us, and it also affects the entire system, how do we then now ensure that things improve? Those are the things that we should be looking for. So for banks, strengthen your own internal controls. Make sure that you are committed to doing the right thing. But CBN also strengthen your own monitoring and supervision to ensure that what these banks are telling you that's what they do, that is actually what they're doing. And then let there be a stiffer sanctions, not 150 million naira. Then let also let there also be a stronger collaboration with the law enforcement agencies. CBN is not police. CBN cannot enforce, but CBN can of course, Banking on its act, and then the BUFIA also can say, hey, you violated, hand over to the police, and then ensure that those people are prosecuted. That is how things are going to work, I think.
Well, that's very interesting, Onye. And I want to explore an angle that's often blind spotted in this issue. How does this issue of Naira's inaccessibility, how does this affect microfinance banks or online banking generally? Because people are now beginning to make transactions, more transactions, online, because it's a survival of the fittest out there, or the fastest, the fastest to go to the bank, fastest to withdraw money, gets the cash, right? So how does this, what role does this play in Nigeria's microfinance industry and the online banking sector generally?
Okay, yeah. So, they say, you win some, you lose some, but you then want to wait and see, are you winning more or you're losing more? Okay. So for the online platforms, and we've seen agent banks all over the place. I mean, I can't mention that. The people are talking about. Increasingly, it's big boom, for them.
Yes.
It's big boom for them. Yeah. So you can move money every day. You can move money. You can move any amount. People do transfers. For some people, they can't even remember the last time they went to the bank. They can't remember the last time they probably, if they went to the bank to collect huge sums of money. So you can just
people is me.
Do some transactions, even in your comfort of your room or office, wherever, move transactions. But for the implication is a positive implication for online banking, which CBN should be happy about and all that, because it aligns with its cashless policy, right? But then to the to the poorer people who are, of course, more in our midst, so to speak. You know what the World Bank says about poverty in Nigeria. To them, the online transactions may not really be, may not really be something they can handle. It may not really be it for them. Okay. So the thing is that you have to still strike a balance. So it's going to be a gradual process as we transit, whether you like it or not. Wherever you go, even in the developed world and all that. Yeah, minimal cash, but the cash is still there. But you have to make the cash available. While you discourage cash, for larger transactions, but for small, make cash available for smaller, travel, for the poor and vulnerable people in our midst.
Oh, thank you. Lastly, Onye, we want to know, are there any international practices that Nigeria could adopt, to resolve this issue of Naira hawking? Are there any international best practices that we've observed that Nigeria could model?
Okay, yeah, I mean, there are so many places where, of course, if you travel, you find out that, you just wonder the kind of things that we do here at times. Why would you want to hawk the Naira? And the laws are there. The laws are there. There's a provision in the CBN Act, even the Bofia Act, that prohibits all those, but they're not being enforced. There are actual best practices. So even without citing, I say, like in the US or the UK, I mean, you cannot see people. You definitely cannot see people hawking dollars. You cannot see people hawking pound sterling. You can't see people hawking euro. You can't. So why is it happening here? So if those economies, whether developed, whether emerging economies, are the economies that we look up to, we would like to, be like, we are working hard to, why don't we also try as much as possible, to adopt what they have done, how they are coping with some of these issues and all that. So those are the best practices. So if we say that we want to, migrate from our low, developing country or income status to mid-income or to emerging economy or to developed economy, those are the things that part of the things that we need to do. We need to increasingly begin to adopt some of these measures, some of these channels, some of these strategies. Those are the things that are going to help us, get there. But not just, continuously doing things over and over and over again and expect different results.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Onye, for joining me on the show today. Onye Nwachukwu is Abuja Bureau Chief for BusinessDay. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. But thank you for joining me on the Big Story segment on the Breakfast Show today. That is all we're presenting to you on the Breakfast Show. Do join us same time next time. My name is Bethel Olujabi. Have a nice day.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. Alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take?
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then
they end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, Business Day's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in Business Day is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website, which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello there. Welcome to the Sustainable Philanthropy series brought to you by BusinessDay. On this show, we get to speak to individuals and organizations making impact one day at a time. Today, I'm seated with Faith Murray. She's a supermodel, entrepreneur. She's a one-time basketballer, reality TV star, but most importantly, she's a philanthropist. Together today, we'll be talking all about the work she's doing with her foundation, the Okachi Charity Foundation, a foundation dedicated in honor of her late grandmother, focused on helping disadvantaged children in the areas of education. She's doing amazing work with this foundation, and we're here to talk to her today. How are you, first of all, Faith?
Hey, I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Very well, thank you. You look very great as always.
Thank you.
So let's talk about this foundation, doing all of the amazing work you're doing in the areas of education, helping disadvantaged children. Why did you start?
Now, it was funny when you were having your introduction, talking about the books that you have on your show. You said public. So for us, it's one public school at a time. That's our motto. Why did we start? This is in honor of my grandma that dedicated 30 years, that's over 3 decades of her life, to serving the community in the pen as a public school teacher. So what better way to actually keep her legacy going? What do we do in Okachi Charity Foundation? We're looking at long-term impacts in the public school system for early age education. So that will be from preschool, sheets on the age of 4 to the age of 12, 13. So yeah, our goal is to make sure that we provide roof, good learning environments, renovation of schools, water and school environments. Teachers also, we are bringing teachers to the school. So basically just making sure that our kids have a brighter future and also have an opportunity for them to decide what they need.
Amazing. I was here thinking, you do all of this, and you're a model, entrepreneur, just doing all of these things. How easy is it for you to merge all of these things you're doing? Is being a model, entrepreneur, does it in any way support what you're doing? Does it in any way help? Or how are you able to?
I'm happy you asked this question because so far, Okachi Charity Foundation is self-funded by me. And to be honest, please viewers, we are open to public, corporate, and private donations. But my life as a model, my life as a TV reality star, my life as an influencer, my life as a solo consultant, all contribute towards the foundation. So Morife Collection, which was founded by me about 6 years ago, donates 30% of all our earnings to the foundation.
Wow.
And any influencing job or whatever job I get, I donate of mine 30% to it. Gift, work professionally, and of course, some of my life saving. Again, that's a feel-good situation for me, because I was brought up in this low-income environment where we started our work, which is in Sangana. Now, Sangana was the school my grandma taught for over 10 years, and she served in the community for over 30 years. So it was only right for me to start from Sangana. But again, we are in Sangana, that's Port Harcourt, we're in Lagos, we're in Abuja, we're in Kano. So we're not restricting ourselves through where we're from. It is an opportunity to ensure that quality education and better life is being given to every kid in disadvantaged and low-income areas.
Kristen, you've talked about how you decided to start from where you started out.
Charity begins at home.
Perfect. So for you, can you share some success story for you? I mean, I know that you started precisely when?
About 6 months ago. It doesn't look like that. One with our empire report, yeah.
Wow, so 6 months ago you started. What key success story have you documented?
Okay, so we have, like I mentioned, 6 schools we've adopted in 4 different states. But one that stands out to me is our volunteer teachers initiative. So what we do is we go into schools, minus renovating the school, we give out teachers. So in the public school system, you realize that subjects that both of us used to have there, like fine arts, ITC, that's computer science. Even most of the schools we actually intervene have 2-3 classes merged together. So imagine a primary 1, 2 in one class, and a teacher comes in and says, well, today is for primary 1, primary 2, don't write any. And you sit down in class all day. Today is for primary 2, primary 1, do not write anything. So for us, I feel like if we're going to give anything back to the school, it's making sure that after providing the roof, after giving them uniform, after helping also snack, just to encourage kids to come to the volunteer initiative. Very important. Making sure that these kids have quality teachers. So again, you can provide everything you want, but if there are no quality teachers that can actually teach these kids how to be better, to introduce to them the new technology, new studies, the scheme of work, everything we're doing. Right? Remember, the team is a long-term part. So for our most impactful story, I would say, is 2 months into us adopting the school, Sangana, which is in Port Harcourt. One of our volunteers, I'm proudly saying it because I'm smiling, took the primary 5 and 6 kids to a competition state school, and they came up number 1 in that school. And it made us understand that what these kids need, they're not dumb. It's not like they're not smart. It's the fact that they don't have people guide them. So it kind of gets us to the point where we say, you know what? We're going to give more teachers. So this alone got me to think about, spreading this stuff to other states. Until today, I think we are all baffled. And the principal said something to me. Said, Faith, I never thought I would hang an award behind my. And till she said, I'll forever be grateful to you. So that feeling of giving back, I'm having goosebumps because, again, this is where I grew up from. I'm from Job. I always said that on the show. I'm from Job and Port Harcourt. So hearing people who were from the same place where I'm from, getting to understand that I can give back in 10, 15 years. I want those kids to come back and give back. I'm not doing it because I want people to see or look good or whatever. It's to understand that if this one young girl can make this much impact, imagine if we have corporations collaborating with us. Imagine if we have private sectors, public sectors, folks who are out there saying, you know what, let's tackle the main thing in our problem, in our community. education, there are 20 million kids out of school in Nigeria as of 2024. Million. That's like a whole country.
And I agree with you when you mentioned education being the bedrock of everything that we do on advancement as a country, as a people. You have to start with education.
Yeah.
Look at you, you're going back home, going back to where you started out from, and you're doing this work you're doing, and your principal saying to you that she wouldn't have imagined that she'll be hanging an award. And this is, I'm sure that school has been existing for,
my grandma taught for 30 years, so it's probably there for like past 50, 60 years.
Imagine that.
Yes.
And imagine that. So it's a great work that you're doing. I know that certainly it's just 6.
Yeah.
Said that it doesn't feel like 6 months.
It does.
Certainly there are challenges that you're also facing while you're doing all of this. Can you share with us some of the challenges that you tend to face along this line of work and how you're able to surmount them?
So I know that there are more we're going to face in future, but for so far, I would say infrastructure in these low-income areas, because we have to come into schools and rebuild a school. So you have a class of over 60 to 100 kids sitting on. You have some of the classrooms that roofs are falling down. So when it's a rainy day, what happens, right? You have most of the schools which we intervene supplying water for them. So you have them still digging into what we call short. I don't want to use the vowel word, but imagine in 2024, you are having our people digging a hole, this country, the toilet system, where both of us, we walk into like a eatery or a restaurant and there's water on the floor and we're like, I can't use this restroom. You understand? But these are folks that don't even have a restroom, never used the flushing system. 2024. So I would say that's one, the infrastructure, because you have to rebuild. 2 is also funding. Like I said, it is privately funded. So imagine if I collaborate or have like public support or even private support or even corporate support, of course, there's more to do. There are 20 million kids out of school. We're trying to keep the kids that are in school, stay in school. And we're trying to lure those kids that are out of school come in. Because one of the things we realize, especially faculty, is that the kids, they attend school between 1 to 2 days a week. And not because they want to, because they have to do chores at home, they have to help their families sell because of the economy. So again, our job in Okachi Charity Foundation is contributing long-term impact, but also making sure that this impact we make generations from generation benefit. I think we're getting there.
How are you able to advocate for education and its impact on a broader scale?
So, well, one of the things we do is we actually go into the community and create awareness and collaborate with other existing community leaders that are doing similar things. We also work in collaboration with the principals of the school. So one of the things we tell them is, we're not here to change anything. Don't worry, we're not changing the color of any rules, but we're just going to make sure that we're following the education system. So if you're not doing that, we're not actually taking part of our outreach. Recently, what we did with Lagos State Hospital, we actually helped out with 500 kids out of their 2,500 kids back to school program. One of my reasoning is you can create everything, renovate the school, you can provide good teachers, but if there are no kids in schools, who then will you teach? Remember, long-term impact.
So you did some work with the Aurelia Agege Hospital. Tell us about that.
So our goal in Okachi Charity Foundation is to eliminate inequality in education, and that's why I specific on public schools. Aurelia Agege Hospital Director is one of the best so far we worked with. So he's adopting the US system. He was a doctor in the US in Atlanta. And, when in the US, you have like the back to school checkup for your kids. And in Nigeria, we don't have that. So our goal was, okay, so if we're providing housing, renovation of school, uniform, lunch, teachers, what about if there are no healthy kids? Then what? what was all this, a long-term impact will be to also work together with the director of this hospital, who gives out 2,500 checkup, back to school checkup, so eye checkup. If you have an eye problem, he will actually prescribe glasses and also donate that glasses to them. Ear checkup, blood testing, and the rest of them. So we actually sponsored 500 kids. We had our volunteers there because our goal is to work community. Yeah, long-term goals and how we work with our project is working with the community or with starts in the system, because it will help us. Again, we can't just walk into a system and try to change. We want to be able to collaborate with people who are already there that can also teach us, because I don't know it all. My PM doesn't know it all. He has 15 years in the industry working for foundations, but every school we have adopted always learns something different.
So speaking of collaboration, have you gotten to collaborate with, you've spoken about really Agege and the likes. What other organizations or even governments have you partnered with? What has that been like for you? So far, we've only had community engagement and support. That is our volunteers. Again, we have volunteers that will leave their homes. Our teacher initiatives are all volunteers also, right? So that's so far, and also working with the principal of the school, just to make sure it's a smooth transition. All these things we're doing work smoothly. We're hoping to get support from the government, from private sector, from corporate sectors, and from the public. So far, it's been privately funded, but we're open to getting funding from who are out there. So speaking of collaborations and all of that, I know they will definitely come with, this is the foundation. What are your processes? Are there checks and balances? So have you been able to put any in place? What's the check and balance process in terms of people, not just, the kind of teachers you use? How are you making sure that the fund that is coming in? I know you've been privately funding for now. How are you making sure that the fund that is coming in, it's going to this school and it's XYZ amount, there are 200 of them. It's not some teacher that will take it to their houses to, give their children, feed their own children when they have. So what are the checks and balances in place?
I'll start with the volunteer teacher initiative. Our applicants always call it a rigorous process. They call it that because, again, I don't know how other people have, employed teachers, but for us, because the kids are the main reason why we're doing this. We're not doing this to look good. We need to make sure whoever we're bringing in the system to help us out, to work with us, is actually imparting knowledge. And for us to do that, you have to have your teaching license. If you don't have a teaching experience, that's okay, but you're going to have a 1 to 2 month probation with the principal of the school. Again, that's where working and collaboration comes in to assess. We also have folks who have years in teaching, but have not had any training after 10, 15 years. And if you haven't, there's no way these kids can compete with kids after COVID, before AI, before the internet. So again, this is why we have the teachers program, where these teachers can actually get monthly or sometimes bi-monthly training from our foundation.
Wow.
And how, again, you mentioned, which is very funny, how are we sure that these stuffs are going to the students? I always tell people, I said, if we look at what we've been through working with folks, we would have packed up the second day and left. But each time I would look at my PA and I said, remember why we're doing it, for the kids. So people will notice on social media that I'm hands-on. I'm hands-on because I need to make sure that the kids are having it. We've had greedy ones that we have to go there ourselves. Now, example is for the feeding. We make sure we have our volunteers for all the schools we have adopted, like in the North, Kaduna, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and even here in Lagos. We have volunteers that actually would do check and balances. If it's for uniform, we actually contract our own designers that will make this uniform. We need the names of the kids, their age, their class. So again, we're not just dropping off the uniform. When we go there, we're calling each by their classroom. If they're not there, that's fine. Something with the uniform, or bringing water supply to the school. We're also going out there and vetting out, plumbers, folks that can actually do this job and see who is best fit for it. Again, there are checks and balances because we have policies. We have criteria on how we pick. We have policies. Even I, as a founder, I have a policy that I can't go above and beyond. Now, one of the reasons I said for 6 months I've been able to do this, and that was to make sure that we are structured. But when outside funders come in and they say, let's see your books, how have you been doing things? In as much as I send money back here to do all this job, I still have an accountant that has to make sure that the money that we're giving out is for this. You know, we have like our teachers, volunteer teachers, we have the principals, they have to sign in. Once or twice, we surprise them, occasionally visit. I go to the school also, and just to catch them unaware to see, you know, what are you doing? And again, it gives me great joy when I walk into classes and you see them interacting, not just teaching. But there was a teacher called Miss Loretta, when she does home economics and she was talking about food and say, you that like fufu, she called the student's name and everybody's there laughing. You could tell for you to be able to point out a kid in that school, you know your student. And then Mr. Charles.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Less than 7 trading days till the end of 2024. 5 stocks have returned over 400%. 3 stocks have returned over 500%, and 1 stock has done over 1,000%. The NGX All-Share Index has crossed the 100,000 mark time and again this year, but the market is underperforming its 2023 numbers. We take a look at the NGX in 2024, as well as the news and activities that drove market action this year. From NGX to inflation. The CBN has been hawkish throughout 2024, as we've seen 6 rate hikes, but we've seen inflation also hit its highest since 1996. There seems to be no cooling off point in sight for Nigeria's inflationary pressure, as November inflation figures have taken it up a notch, 34.6%, majorly driven by food inflation. Welcome. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. We bring you a comprehensive breakdown of activities in the market that affect financial space. I'm David Olujimi, and on the show today we have Adebayo Adebanjo, a senior research analyst with Cardinal Stones. He'll be bringing some professional insight into the numbers behind the Nigerian stock market in 2024. So let me give a brief recap. Julie PLC 1,646% gain year to date. Owando 552% gain year to date. Unicell 502% year to date. Suno Assurances 450% gain, and Transcorp 401%. So far, these are the top performing stocks in the NGX, the market that has gained 33.8% as of yesterday, December 17. For investors, 2024 has been nothing short of a whirlwind. January kicked off with a bang as the All-Share Index shattered records to soar past 100,000 point milestone. However, just as quickly as the euphoria set in, the market lost steam, cooling dramatically through the rest of the first quarter. Investors' reflexes to the banking recapitalization announcement in Q2 sent the market into a steep decline, from which it has yet to recover to January levels. Although the All-Share Index breached the 100,000 point mark in July and once again in December, news such as the windfall tax on realized gain by banks sent investors again into a frenzy in August. Oil and gas stocks have also been on a run this year, as the sector has seen quite a bit of activity. From Owando's successful takeover of Ajip asset in Nigeria, to Seplat's approved purchase of Mobile onshore asset, to Aradel listing on the market, there has been a flurry of activities in the NGX with respect to oil and gas stocks. Back to recapitalization, we have seen an unprecedented level of capital raise in the NGX in 2024, from international bureaus raising over 500 billion in his rights issues, to Fidelity, GT Bank, Access Holdings, FCMB, and Zenith Bank raising purportedly over 1.26 trillion in the market. Recently, we just saw Nigerian bureaus raise about 541 billion in its rights issues. Essentially, We've seen companies raise in the excess of 2.3 trillion from the capital market this year. Can we see such numbers ever again? It's a question that begs to be asked. To make sense of some of these figures, we have Adebayo Adebanjo from Cardinal Stone. Thank you, Adebanjo, for joining us. Let's get straight into it. So, I'm listening. Thank you. Can you hear
thank
me?
you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, David.
Yeah. So, what's your overview of the NGX in 2024? How has the market fared in your opinion, considering now that we have other options, that we have other emerging and frontier stock markets that are outperforming the NGX, like Kenya and Malawi and Zambia? So what's your overview of the NGX this year?
Well, I would say that so far, the NGX has shown material resilience this year. Like you rightly said, we're looking at a year-to-date performance of about 33.8% as of yesterday. Yeah. And, when we look at this number locally, we're seeing that it's currently, closely aligning with our current CPI print of about 34.6%. Percent. And, the conversation really has been that, the equity market is a place to outperform inflation, and that has been the case for the most part up until yesterday, of course. And when you see the latest inflation print, you now see that to a large extent, even the equity market is now returning negative real returns, right? Yeah. But I think that despite this very strong performance, it's still underperforming last year's impressive about 45.9%. But when you look at the 3-year average of how the market has performed, it's still above the 24% 3-year average return from the NGX. So that kind of is a testament to the market's resilience, to a large extent. And like you rightly said, also there's been a flurry of activities that has kind of been challenges to the market's performance, like the recapitalization exercise that took the market by storm. There was also a lot of conversation around the windfall tax disclosure, which, as of this moment, we still don't have a lot of clarity as to what's going to happen in that regard, right? And that has impacted, the financial services sector, which is a major, point on the index. Also, when you look at other forms of corporate action activities, you remember the off-market transaction that happened in Danksem, for instance, at the beginning of the year, and we saw the stock rally materially. Since that time and now, we've seen the stock, correct. That correction has also kind of brought down, the performance of the markets since that time. And then when you now look at all the other, negative sentiment around the regulatory actions, macroeconomic on FX, on inflation, and I think these issues, the Naira weakness, this has also dampened, the performance in the market relative to other markets, like you mentioned, Kenya. I mean, Kenya at the moment is reporting the strongest currency in Africa. Yes. So that is also a major factor driving its own market performance relative to Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll come to a question about preview for 2025. But in the NGX this year, what are the standout performance? What are some of the stocks that have really that you think, they've been standing out in the market this year? And also just guide us through your preview for the NGX in 2025.
All right, yeah. So yes, like you rightly said, I mean, you already kind of spoke to some of the indexes that have done very well, and I'll be starting with the oil and gas sector. There've been a lot of activities, and I think what has driven a lot of the activity in our market this year has been corporate disclosure, a lot of corporate action. So for the likes of Staples, right, there's been a lot of market expectation about the closeout of the MPNU transaction, right, and that eventually, came to fruition as of last week. And so I think the market had pretty much priced that in, and that's what has driven the rally in the likes of of Seplat. Also for Oando, like you also said, Oando took up Ajib's assets, and we saw Oando materially rally. I think Oando is up over 552%, year to date.
Yes,
given that acquisition that the company did at that time, right? Then when you look at it from the oil and gas sector, you also look at companies in the oil palm space like Presco. We saw Presco is up about 133% year to date, and this is also because of the acquisition of its Ghana oil palm development company, and this is also in addition to its own core strong fundamentals, right? So on that front, you see that corporate action has been the drivers there. When you now come down to the cement industry as well, you see WAPCO, for instance. WAPCO is up 123% year to date. That's also gained from the material restructuring in its ownership structure. You're seeing Chinese conglomerate Huaxin Cement come to take up the majority stake in WAPCO as well. So I think that across the market, corporate disclosures have been the biggest drivers of the top performers, in the index. And going into 2025 as well, I think that the market has already kind of gotten used to strong performance. If as a company you have recorded multiple periods of very, very strong earnings, I think the market is already pretty much tired of that. So to an extent, we're already gotten used to, decent earnings. So I think the market now needs more than your core performance. So you need to be doing things around, strategic investments, think around, acquisitions, things around, maybe changes in ownership structure as well. Those are the kind of things I think, will drive market sentiment going into 2025.
So based on your assessment of the fact that we need more strategic action apart from just your core performances. So just guide me through what do you think. What's your preview for the NGX in 2025? How do you think companies are going to be moving? In what direction do you think some of the companies listed on the exchange are going to be moving? For example, this year now we've seen MTN really slide down in the market. Do you think we are going to be seeing any form of corporate actions on that end?
Well, for the likes of MTN, MTN's challenges are very peculiar to the sector that they operate. And I think the biggest challenges that the likes of MTN have is inability to effect pricing as far as its own sector is concerned. It's very heavily regulated. And so the regulator is, giving players in that space a lot of challenges with raising their prices, which is something that has helped a lot of other sectors like the consumer goods, for instance. Price increases have been the reasons why they are even able to stay, afloat to a very large extent. That's on one hand. And then on the other hand, they've had, backlogs of foreign exchange obligations. And so given the material devaluation in the currency, I think they are still reeling, from the impact of that. So for the likes of an MTN, right, what would typically change market sentiment or perception of that stock is how it's able to navigate its own internal challenges, given the macroeconomic environment, how well it's able to recover, get back to profitability, get back to dividend payments. And I think those are what would typically drive sentiment there, really.
How about for other players in the market? Just tell us, do you really see the NGX outperforming? Do you see the market outperforming 2024's number in 2025? Do you think
really, to be honest, like I always say, right, if I could tell you the correct answer to that, I'll not be doing this job, really, right? If I had a crystal ball. But really, I think given how the market has fared, towards the end of the year, I think there's still a lot of things that I'm looking forward to. For instance, of course, we've been looking forward to MPN's acquisition by Seplat, but now we want to see how we're able to utilize this asset that has been taken over. So I think for Seplat, for instance, we'll be looking to its financials. I don't think there's any major corporate action that we're looking forward to from Seplat at this moment, aside how well it's able to effectively and efficiently utilize, MPNU's assets. Similarly for Owando, we just saw Owando's 9 months numbers and they were not great, to be honest. I think the market was even reacting very negatively to Owando's numbers. But of course, I think beyond, 9 months numbers, I think the market is also trying to see how well Owando will be able to integrate Ajib's assets, into its own current, and it's what it would mean for its top line and bottom line going forward, right? And then, to other sectors, for other sectors that are not exactly challenged, so to say, I think we've already seen, some of them try to take actions. And then for the challenged ones, like for instance, NB, we saw NB do the right issue this year, to clear out its backlog of foreign exchange obligations. So also for NB, for instance, we'd like to see what that means for your earnings going into 2025. If, the backlogs of your FX obligations are being cleared by this rights issue, that means we should expect, some decent level of profitability going into next year. So overall, I think while, corporate actions will also play a major role in how the market fares next year, I think for all the companies that have, done a lot of corporate action announcements this year, I think next year is the year we would like to see how well what is for their earnings 2025.
Okay. So I would have loved to break rank, but let me just ask this question about the increase of foreign inflow into the NGX this year. This year we've seen foreign portfolio investors into the NGX. We've seen them at least multiply from recent years. We've seen it at a level that we've not seen since 2020. Considering the fact that these foreigners don't really have any emotional connection to our market, when you check the data, you see that domestic investors there's more inflow from domestic investors than outflow. However, for the foreigners, there's more outflow than inflow. So is it safe for our market to see this heightened level of foreign involvement? What's your take on that?
Okay, so I think whatever would extend the depth of any equity market, right, it has to be a function of diversity in your participants, right? And that's one thing that Nigeria is lacking at the moment, that diversity of, capital market participants.
Okay.
Like you rightly said, even though, we've seen an increase in foreign investor participation this year, I think on average this year, we're seeing about 16%. Participation relative to local investors coming from 8% in 2023. So that's a material improvement, but I don't think it's enough because whatever the extent of activity from foreign investors will also help to deepen, our markets, and that's what has happened this year. So far, domestic players have dominated the equity market this year, and that's why we're seeing all this sort of volatility. Because our view really is long-term investors are mostly foreign investors, right? They tend to see the long-term value in companies and hold longer-term positions. But I think what has affected us in Nigeria since 2020 is the macroeconomic environment. And so what investors, rather foreign investors, are looking forward to really is the stability of our macroeconomic environment, things around inflation, things around foreign exchange. Because really, investors don't really care. I mean, foreign investors don't really care where your exchange rate goes to, right? What they care about is the stability. They want to know that if I enter your country at a certain rate, I should be able to live at a certain rate, given minor volatility, right? But that's instability in the currency has been the biggest challenge for foreign investors.
Exactly.
So I think going into next year, once we see a bit of stability in the macroeconomic policy, I think that would also help to bring in the necessary level of diversity in our capital markets participation.
So, but let me just put it. So in from some 16 years ago, 2008, 2009, 2010, we used to see this high level of foreign portfolio participation, and some people claim that there was this danger to it, in that the potential for foreign investors to just pull out in a whim can really affect the stability of the market. It can send things down, a downward spiral. So just help me, give me your assessment.
That's very, very true to a very large extent, because even locally we can actually see an impact of that. Even just for this year so far, we've seen more participation from foreign investors in the fixed income market, right? Yes. And you see that during the times where you see influx of foreign investors, we see a dramatic appreciation in the currency, and then eventually when some things happen and they eventually want to leave, you see that very much in the currency as well. So I think those are there's nothing really that you can do about those kind of events, right? I mean, whenever we're talking about global economic crisis and how market participants are reacting to global equity markets, Nigeria is always shielded from that to an extent here, because we don't have the kind of foreign investor participation that would shock our markets in a way, to react to global happenings. So that is a form of safety, especially in these times where there are lots of global volatility, global events that tend to shake up the market. So in a way, you might say that our market is shielded from that this year, but it's not sustainable. There'll be times where globally there'll be a seemingly level of lower volatility, and we need that our market has better participation from foreign investors. And in those times, we might see that there might not be shock events that will lead to that kind of pullouts in our market. These things happen. There's no way to shield against these things. But eventually, once the global space begins to stabilize, investors eventually come back, because truly what has driven that that shock outflux of foreign investors was not a local problem. It was a global run to safety. But once things begin to stabilize again, investors always ultimately come back, as long as the fundamentals remain unchanged. So that's what we need. So even if we have 50-50 participation in our markets, foreign investors and local investors, and shock events happen, yes, it's a global thing. It would happen to us as well. But eventually, when it stabilizes, these guys will come back again, as long as the fundamentals remain the same.
Okay. So now, there's an elephant in the room with regards to investor attitude concerning oil and gas stocks. Like you were speaking about Seplat, you were talking about the fact that 2025 is the year where we are expecting the corporate actions taken by some of these companies to really materialize, and investors now properly react to them. This year we've seen I use the word hyper dramatic oil and gas sector. But now we are seeing Shell committing $5 billion to a deep water project. So There's an elephant in the room. People have been asking what is going to happen to Aradel, considering Aradel was part of this consortium that sought to purchase Shell's onshore or their shallow water assets earlier this year, and the Renaissance deal basically. So this $5 billion deep water project, what are your thoughts? Do you think investors should take positions or anything?
Well, so personally, I think that it's positive for the Renaissance group. I think based on my own engagement with the management of Aradel, the last communication that I had with them was that what had been part of the slowdown in terms of how soon Renaissance was going to take off these assets were issues around cleanup activities, because the pending litigation against Shell from the Ogoni community in the Niger Delta region around environmental destruction, and they've been these issues have been pending for the longest time. In fact, Amnesty International is leading point on this particular lawsuit, asking Shell to pay for all the damages that have been caused in these areas. I think that's part of what has been holding back, and so it kind of seemed like an opportunity to avoid responsibility. By saying, that's how it was perceived, and that's why the transaction was on hold, right? But it seems that this renewed investment decision from Shell, to remain in Nigeria's oil and gas sector is some level of comfort. It gives the sense that Shell is not particularly running away from Nigeria, and Shell continue to invest in Nigeria's oil and gas space. So I think that should bode well for that transaction, because my guess is if Shell is still trying to invest more in Nigeria, then it's also trying to look at how it can speed, or rather fast track how soon these transactions can close out. So I think that it's very, very positive. I'm very optimistic that the transaction would go through, and Aradel through Renaissance will be able to take up Shell's onshore and shallow water assets.
Thank you so much, Adebanjo. It's been a truly insightful conversation with you. Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
So from the NGX to inflation, November inflation data is out, 34.6%, the highest since March 1996, when Nigeria's inflation closed at 41.9%. The country's inflation level has defied the hawkish stance of the CBN that has raised benchmark interest rate by about 8.75 percentage points this year. This year, we've seen our MPR rise to an all-time high of 27.5%. In 2025, will the CBN continue with its restrictive stance, as we've seen them try to slow down their hawkish stance? The last two meetings, we've seen them raise rates by 50 basis points, unlike in the start of the year where we saw them raise rates by 200 basis points, then 400 basis points. This is a question that begs to be asked. Or do we have a repeat? Do we have a repeat of 2024 when the Apex Bank took giant leaps in its restrictive stance? We meet again on Friday to discuss in depth the nuances behind Nigeria's inflation for 2024. Thank you and have a good morning. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol,
it's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good, and then you
they end up having all these different things.
Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuyiwa Odulami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating. As Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure Because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. Alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right. Oh, wow.
There's so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then you
They end up having all these different things. Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
My name is Ambassador Amaka Diane Okeke, the Executive Director at Optiva Capital Partners.
Congratulations on this award tonight.
Thank you.
You were awarded the Inspirational Female Executive Award of the Year. So what advice will you give to your younger self, or people or young female CEOs looking up to you to climb the ladder?
I would simply say it's all a process. Life is in stages. I grew from a trainee to the executive director and getting recognition and awards because I stayed the course. Loyalty pays. This is my 11th year at Optiva Capital Partners, a wealth retention and investment immigration company, which simply means for you to be 11 years, loyalty, dedication, and staying the course pays. That's the same advice I'll give them.
Okay, you stood out in a male-dominated business operating environment. What were the challenges and how did you manage to navigate them?
The funniest thing is, people go through that challenge, but I didn't. The person that gave me this opportunity is a Neo, the chairman of Optiva Capital Partners, Mr. Franklin Neche. 11 years ago, gave me this job, my first job, and taught me everything I know till date. Now I have become an authentic business leader, so leading over 1,300 full-paid employees, 21 branches, and we're still expanding. So you see, in a male-dominated world, a male actually gave me a chance, and I'm thankful for it.
Congratulations once more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I am Kurede Dada. I'm the Director of Risk and Compliance for Trust Bank Holdings Limited. Congratulations on this award tonight. Thank you. Yeah, so what have Trust Bank done differently from competitors to earn this prestigious award tonight? It's important to note that at the core of Trust Bank is innovation. We believe that with innovation, you can make meaningful changes in the industry, right? One of the things that has brought us here basically has been the floating of our non-interest commercial paper, which is the first of its kind in the country, right? But even apart from that, we have so many innovative products, for the market that is of great benefit to everyone that we have relationship with. So we are constantly innovating, we are constantly evolving to make sure that we give the best to our customers in the market. Okay, so what should we expect from Trust Bank in 2025 for your future outlook? In 2025, just like I said, we want to be the lifetime companion for our customers, right? So in 2025 is going to be a continuation of that journey. We want to make sure that all our customers have the very best in the market, right? Whether you are an individual or you're a corporate, you're an SME, we have something to cater to you. So in 2025, we will go a step further to make sure that we have innovative products that cater to everyone in the market. Thank you.
My name is Ayotunde Oshitunga. I'm Assistant General Manager for Foodco Nigeria Limited, and I head supply chain team.
Congratulations on your award tonight.
Thank you very much.
So what have Foodco Nigeria Limited done separately to earn them this deserving award tonight?
Okay, I think one thing we've done to deserve the award tonight is our ability to adapt to the times we're in, to adapt and be able to serve our customers better than our competition. Of course, like we all know, there has been challenges, both in, for example, in the supply chain. There has been a lot of disruptions and all that. But as a business, we've consistently adapt to the times, continue to provide value, deliver value to our customers. And because of that, our customers has patronized us and consistently come back to buy from us.
Okay, so what should we look at for from Foodco in 2025?
I think the one thing that you should continue to look out for is innovation. We continue to innovate to look out for ways that we can continue to meet our customers' demands and serve them better. So that's one critical thing that we continue to do. We have plans, of course, like every other business, but our plans is majorly around how do we continue to deliver the values and our value proposition to our customers. So that's basically innovation for the year ahead.
The country now is undergoing a political challenge that's even affected the masses' purchasing power. So are you working on anything to address the challenges of affordability?
Yes, definitely. So as a business, one of the things that's critical to us, like I said, the team I lead, we're in charge of the supply chain team. And we know that that is critical to the success of every retail business. So we continue to optimize our processes, the value chain itself, optimize it in such a way that we continue to derive the best value possible that we can then pass on to customers for customers' benefits. So that is one thing that we will do.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, my name is Free Vusipofa, and I'm the founder and CEO of Furex Technologies.
Congratulations, Furex, on this prestigious award tonight.
Yeah.
So I want to know, what have you done differently to earn you this recognition tonight?
Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to BusinessDay for recognizing our company Furex as the best cryptocurrency exchange in Nigeria for the year 2024. This is a testament to the hard work and dedication that we've put into our craft at Furex. So to answer your question, what we did differently was, well, when we came into the industry, we launched Furex just 1 year ago, on October 6, 2023. And we had a different outlook into the industry. We came in with so much energy and we set a record, right? No other company had done it in history. We had a grand launch where we had a lot of people, top leaders, coming to our app launch, and we launched the app, and we received a lot of positive vibes from the community. And this year we had really strategic marketing initiatives. I think no one has done this again before. We even gave out a car, and in the cryptocurrency industry, it's everywhere. We gave out a car, and yeah, we've just been really creative and innovative in our marketing, ensuring that we are at the top of our game.
Yeah, oh, great. So what's the biggest lesson as a CEO in 2024?
There were a lot of lessons for me in 2024, but the one that really stood out was that as a CEO, you have to be always ready, right? You must never lose your presence of mind. We had to always think, because we had to be a step ahead of the game. Coming into the space filled with so many, players, a very, very tight industry. For us to, get this award tonight, we had to be a step ahead of our audience. And one of the biggest lessons was we have to be resilient, and we have to always, think a step further ahead of our competitors.
All right, congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Yeah.
My name is Dio Williams. I'm Program Executive at Tetracol Group.
Congratulations on this prestigious award tonight.
Thank you very much.
I want to know, what have you done separately to earn you this prestigious award?
First, I would say thank you very much to Business Day for recognizing us in this category and for this award. It sort of give us confidence that we are, working in the right direction as an organization within the energy space in Nigeria. I think that it also showcases some of the efforts that we have, undertaken in the course of this year, particularly ensuring that we are able to break energy poverty that we have in the country by developing infrastructures and projects that generally addresses some of the concerns that the country is currently facing, in terms of energy availability and security. So to get this award, it proves to us, of course, like I said earlier, that we're working in the right direction, and gives us the confidence to continue to strive harder, to ensure energy availability across the country.
Okay, so is a great one. Can we get to know some of your future projections in the energy sector?
Oh, thank you. So I think first off, I should say that, up till now, we've been very strong players in the midstream, downstream energies, oil and gas and power sectors. We've been able to develop infrastructures and gas projects and gas infrastructures that enables us transport and make gas available to, underserved and areas without access to gas, both on the commercial scale and, of course, on a residential and private scale. What we intend to do in the course of the coming years, especially for next year, is to just generally grow our portfolio, our gas supply, to ensure that we position gas and natural gas firstly as a fuel of choice for both industries and generally in Nigeria and across Africa, but to also ensure that we solve some of the challenges facing the country in terms of power availability and energy availability. So for us, we'll be, like we normally do, we'll continue to develop more infrastructures within the energy sector to ensure that we make energy availability a thing that is readily available in Nigeria and generally in Africa.
All right, congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
My name is Balaji Abimbola. I'm the MD CEO, Integrated Indigo Limited. We're the leading marketing communication firm in Nigeria and the winner of the Outstanding Marketing Communication Company of the Year at this award. Thank you.
Congratulations on this award tonight.
Thank you.
What have you done differently from other competitors to earn you this recognition tonight?
Okay, I think we've been more deliberate, more intentional with the way we manage our clients and the kind of customized service we deliver to them, which has earned us a lot of other awards and what has also earned a lot of referrals from one client to another. So it's been 12 years of building the business, and we've grown in leaps and bounds, and we continue to grow. So I think to be recognized by BusinessDay, which is a leading business newspaper in Nigeria, means a lot. Shows that we're doing something right. But we don't want to see ourselves as being there now. We believe that, like we say in our company, that excellence is a journey. So we're not yet there. We will continue to better our yesterday. I will look forward to doing more for next year. Thank you.
Okay. So what are the projections we should expect from next year?
Oh, so next year, the signs are already there. We're projecting that the agency will grow in what I call a quantum leap. Already, we have a couple of business that we are adding that are, in the pipeline as we go into 2025. It means we're also expanding. We're looking to increasing capacity in terms of number of people that are currently working with us, and also growing the capacity of the people that we have through training and exposure to international best practices so that we can continue to deliver the quality service for which we're known.
Well, congratulations once more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
My wife, Inke, and I are very happy that all of you, each and everybody of you, came to celebrate the 34th Day of German Unity with us in this wonderful tropical garden. We are fascinated by the people of Lagos, by the people of Nigeria. We are fascinated by your openness, by your energy, by your creativity, and by your resilience under difficult circumstances. Inka and I are happy to live in the midst of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate unity. Both our countries, both our societies, the whole world needs unity, peaceful unity in diversity. Germany is a respected global economy. Nigeria and Germany also share an enduring bilateral relationship. In just 34 years, Germany has shown how much a country can achieve through resilience forged in unity. And this is what we are witnessing here today.
As the Consul General of Germany in Lagos, what are some of the initiatives that Germany is putting in place to foster deeper relationships, a better relationship with Nigeria?
Well, first there is the government-initiated programs like improving vocational training in Nigeria with the help of GIZ and Nigerian colleges and other partners. But there is also the private business side of it, where German companies invest in Nigeria, create jobs, and also look for improving vocational training, because we think there are so many talented young people in Nigeria who should have upgraded skills and then have a better chance to get well-paid jobs. Another part is the political cooperation, of course, partly meaning that we try to strengthen also the federal system, because both countries, Germany and Nigeria, are federal republics with a federal level, the state level, and then the municipal level. So there are parallels that help both nations to understand better what could be improved, where the weaknesses are or where new strengths are.
What exactly can young Nigerians do if they want to benefit from the German consulate in Nigeria?
Well, there are programs in Nigeria together with specific states. Just to give you one example, in Edo State we have had a very successful vocational training program since 2018. So young people in Edo State can apply to get one of the spots in those programs. And it's a broad range of vocational training, from classical, sewing but also the entertainment industry, filming, etc., to modern demands like solar engineering, things like that. And also private companies, both German and Nigerian, offer something on Nigerian territory. So, for example, we have one joint IT company, software engineering, where there is an office, a German office in Berlin, but also an office in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, where 70 Nigerian solar engineers are even working on orders from Germany.
Today, we have our trade volume with Germany is over $3 billion, and it's skewed in our favor. So you can't really say you have a trade deficit with Germany. So we export more to Germany than we import.
For you, what does the Day of German Unity mean?
It's a very interesting day of the German history. When we were reunited with the East, that was a fantastic feeling, because we were separated that long by a wall. So it's a very impressive moment.
I mean, from your standpoint, what similarities do you think? Do Nigerians have any sort of similarities with Germans in any way?
With Germans? Oh, that is a bit difficult, but let's say the sense for business, the Nigerians have it. So, and that is, let's say, the drive for improving. So we have a different kind of way to do it, but the drive to always improve is the same. That's why I like Nigeria.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Nike Alao. I'm the Chief Research Officer at BusinessDay Intelligence. BusinessDay Intelligence is a full-service market research and data company. We offer tailored services for strategic planning and decision-making. So helping businesses to make informed decisions that would boost their bottom line and determine the marketing mix. We gather and analyze relevant data through ecosystem immersion, in-depth interviews, focus groups, and some of the other services we provide include consumer insights, feasibility studies. So whether you're trying to understand the market size and potential growth and the competitive landscape. In challenging economic times like this, which is the theme of the conference, I think it's crucial. It's paramount for leaders to display resilience, agility, and a digital mindset. And we at BusinessDay Intelligence provide that support by offering and delivering customized solutions that address those unique needs. So get on the rank of visionary leaders, and we'll help you on that journey to strategic growth.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. Alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right.
Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take? Yeah.
What about yam?
Yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good. And then
They end up having all these different things.
Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's a price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms including online, mobile and print. Started with a weekly newspaper production in 2001, BusinessDay's premier content can now be accessed through print, mobile and online, with syndications from the Financial Times, The Economist and Harvard Business Review. Our singular and overriding objective in BusinessDay is to be the premium provider of business and financial content and assist every reader in making intelligent decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since establishment, our focus has been to empower the general public and decision makers with insightful, relevant and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, as well as how global events shape it. To do this, we track the stock market and report on the companies shaping it. We report government policies and how they impact the economy and point to you the best investment ideas. From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we are the compass guiding decision makers through complexity.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
We're not just about reporting headlines. We provide a forum to discuss the key issues driving the economy through impactful conferences. We provide the platform for industry leaders to share the narratives that drive innovation. Our conferences spark dialogues, events galvanize connections, and insights bridge the gap between inspiration and achievement. If you want visibility for your businesses, we have a strong digital platform with thousands of followers across social media platforms, as well as our dynamic website which sees thousands of visitors from within and outside Nigeria that you can leverage to boost visibility for your products and services. So, if you're yearning for insightful information about Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations.
I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children, and they don't know this, but if they see this podcast, they'll know, and gone back into my room and wept. Because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges, you are actually loving them. When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
Menopausal hormonal therapy, or HRT, is the last resort for many women. But lifestyle, no, don't smoke. Alcohol is terrible. You know, alcohol.
It's terrible?
Alcohol and smoking would increase your chances of breast cancer way more than HRT would.
Right.
Oh, wow.
There are so many things out there. How many are you going to take?
What about
yeah. So many things you can take. But the problem is, you hear, oh, that one is good, you buy it. This one is good, and then
They end up having all these different things.
Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
Culinary Delights was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and it's the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much and bless you.
This is the business.
My name is Gaëtan Debuchy, the CEO of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank.
So you won the Microfinance Bank of the Year award. How does it feel for Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank to be winning this award?
It's a big achievement for us, a great day for us. We are very happy to get this award. To be the best microfinance bank of the country is a milestone for all of us.
For the microfinance sector is quite interesting. You see that we have the banks, the fintechs, the microfinance bank. What do you think is something that Advanced Lafayette is doing differently from other microfinance banks?
You know, in Advanced Lafayette, we are making impacts. Each day we are making impacts. We give a loan to a business owner, deposits, health insurance. So our mission, the financial inclusion, our mission is to make impact for the population, the citizen.
What do you have to say to your customers who also have been part of the success of your bank?
Okay, first of all, we provide useful and impactful financial services like loan for business owner, deposit, health insurance. We have also all the channel to be accessible, USSD, mobile app, POS. Yes, this is what we do for our customer. In addition of that, we are customer-centric. It's very important for us to be customer-oriented, to take care of our customer. We are there all the time for our customer.
Any words for BusinessDay?
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day, for this award. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning, everyone. We have all the speakers on ground now. Good morning once again, and welcome to another exciting edition of Millennial Hangout. And this happens to be the last edition of the year. And you all know the popular saying that says, "We'll save the best for the last." And I'm actually very excited to be the host of this Millennial Hangout because I have a passion for travels, and I know that there's a lot of opportunities in travels and tourism. So today I'm excited to explore the vast and exciting areas of travels, the different opportunities in tourism, travels, and that is why we've gone far and near to bring this most expertise speaker, the most creative speakers, people that have experiences, people that are in this topic to talk about the opportunities in travels and tourism. And so in no particular order, we're just going to be calling on each speaker to kindly introduce yourself. And so millennials, sit back, relax, while I take you on this journey of profits. Thank you. So we have Madam Wonuola. Are you here, ma? Madam Wonuola?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning.
Sorry, good afternoon. It's already afternoon.
Yeah,
good afternoon, everyone.
ma.
Nice to meet you online.
Thank you. So you're just going to be introducing yourself to the public, everyone. Let them know about you. Tell us what you do. You're not talking about the topic now. You're just doing a brief introduction about yourself. The floor is yours.
Okay. My name is Mrs. Wonuola Olatunde Lamidi. I am one of the co-founders of Diamonds and Pearls Travels. I've been running this company with my husband for 14 years. And as a tour operator, one of the things that people know us for are selling group packages to different destinations. As a multi-award winning travel company, it's also important for us that integrity is actually a watchword in the industry. And we also make sure that our customers have an amazing experience when they travel with us. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you so much, Madam Wonuola, and it's a great privilege to finally meet you. I used your travels the last time I was going to Dubai before the shutdown in Dubai, and even when I went to Qatar last month, I contacted your agency. So I've been doing businesses with you, and it's glad to finally meet you. Thank you for coming on board.
Thank you so much, and I hope you had a wonderful experience.
Oh, I sure did. Madam Lola, are you on board? Please kindly introduce yourself to the public.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lola Marcus. I work as the Group Head of Marketing Strategy and Product GTM at Wakanow. It's great to be here. Wakanow, we pride ourselves in being able to offer our customers a plethora of options in the travel industry and the travel space. And we are very happy to be present in 18 different countries across Africa, including the UAE and UK. So yes, it's very nice to be here. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Madam Lola. I have a special bond for Wakanow. Let me make this known to the whole world. Wakanow was the ever first company I worked at after my youth service. Yes, where we have.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah,
so we're colleagues.
Yeah, so Wakanow is like a family to me. Nice to have you on board, nice. Madam Lola. We hope to learn a lot from you. Mr. Dayo, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Please kindly introduce yourself to the audience.
My name is Dayo Adu. managing partner of Farmsville Solicitors. It's interesting that other panelists are into the tours and travel space, and I think even logistics as well, if I may say. But where we tend to come from, because I am a lawyer, I'm also well traveled, if I do say so myself. Last count this year, I think I traveled about 16 times. So that probably makes me a good fit to speak to this area as well. But what I do on a daily basis is that I run the corporate immigration practice of our firm, which means we assist especially the mobile workforce when it comes to getting their visas, tourist visas, visa on arrivals, work permits, residence permits. And I've been doing this for close to 2 decades now. I dare say we work with almost all the Fortune 500 companies, a lot of multinational companies as well, in terms of supporting their travel requirements. So that's what I do. I'm here to learn from other panelists and also share my experience as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dayo Adu. It's great to know that you've gone to 16 countries in 1 year. Whoa, that's a whole lot. That's like my dream. Because this year I've been to 6 countries and I'm like, that's quite expensive. So it's great to know, and thank you for coming on board.
Thank you.
Madam Jennifer, please can you introduce yourself to the public and let's hear about you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Osayi Egwamese. I'm a senior client advisor at Magna Visa and Immigration Consultancy. We're a visa company that help people get their visas to multiple countries in the world. We're not majorly focused on flights. We are majorly focused on visa applications. We have complicated visa applications, multiple cases of refusals. When you have complexity, we thrive by being able to find a solution where it feels like there's no solution. We work with multiple clients from around the world, clients in different countries. We help you, give you a smooth process when you're applying for your visa, give you the guide from start to finish, make sure that you are comfortable. And one thing we thrive ourselves for is that we are always honest. We treat our clients with honesty. We work on your application with honesty, and we make sure that you get your service required the way you want it.
Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. And I believe that in every organization, honesty should be a watchword. Thank you so much. It's great to have you all on board. And so to my millennials and everyone on this platform, watching from different platforms, they're watching from YouTube, watching from Zoom. So from everyone watching, we have experts in this topic. Those that are the speaker that is going to be taking us on the immigration part, the law aspect. And we have the ones that are going to be telling us about the opportunities you can gain from travels and tourism. I personally call people in travels and tourism, I say travels is actually a passport to prosperity. When you can unlock the opportunities in travels and tourism, you're going to be very, very rich if you know your onion. And so that's why we brought expert speakers today. So in no particular order, each speaker is going to be speaking on this topic for 10 minutes. And after which there's going to be a session for question and answers. So audience, please do well to write in your questions, send in your questions, so that after their presentation, we're going to be taking your questions. So I'm just going to be calling on, let's start with Madam Lola Marcus.
All right. So thank you again for having me here today. For us, this topic is pretty interesting because, as you're aware, there is a lot of opportunity in the travel and tourism space. Although the climate has changed a bit since COVID, there's a lot that can still be done. So speaking directly to our millennials, Nigerian millennials make up a larger population, or the largest segment of population in Nigeria. And, you know, in that sense, the age gap and the age group have a little more pocket and purchasing power, and they're able to now redefine how they travel and how they see tourism. And keeping that in mind, this segment of population is now not looking for just destinations to go to where prior to now, people would say, oh, they're going to the US or they're going to the UK, and they go and they're shopping essentially. Now people are looking for experiences. They're looking for experiences that create memories and create, in a way, like you said, exposure, education, because that way you gain a lot of knowledge and you kind of know about other people's cultures and you're learning in a way. So be it your cultural immersions, be it luxury escapes, be it wellness retreats, millennials are essentially looking for new and different experiences. Trends have changed since COVID. We were locked down for almost a year and a half, in some countries, a year in some. And across the world, trends have changed to how people travel and how people see travel. Globally, people are looking towards sustainable travel, more eco-friendly options, that way they want to preserve the environment and not cause another epidemic or a pandemic of sorts. There's also the fact that people are looking for, workation and pleasure. So in the sense that, in the same line of saving costs and saving energy and whatnot, somebody who's taking a work trip would also take some time out to relax and recuperate. So he's having meetings 2 days, 3 days in a business trip, but he takes 1 or 2 days to explore the town, explore the city, see the sights, learn new and exciting stuff about whatever location or destination he's gone to. Nigeria specifically, post-COVID, Nigerians have increasingly tried to explore more regional and local destinations. So yes, you have your Yankari Game Reserve, you have your Obudukatu Rank, and people are also now looking into places like Rwanda, people are looking at South Africa, people are looking at Ghana, people are looking at Morocco, Egypt. The increase in African travel has also now surged, as opposed to the regular, back in the day when we were growing up, it's London and America, and that's it. And there's also that diaspora tourism of people coming back home to discover. So you have a lot of people who are based in America, in the UK, in Europe, who are coming home back to Africa, back to Nigeria to explore. But there's also that focus on safety and insurance, for instance. So people want to ensure that not just their bags, but their health is in good hands while they travel. They want to ensure that they are safe, and they now prioritize destinations that have more safety records. They would, and have more options when it comes to travel insurance. There are some untapped opportunities in the travel industry for the Nigerian travel and tourism market. You're looking for adventure and nature-based tourism, which is why you would have people, back in the day I heard about Idori Hills and I went to it as a field trip for school, but then now I'm hearing a lot more people are going to Idori, and a lot more people are going to Ikogosi, and a lot more people are going to Obudukatu Ranch, irrespective of the fact that these places may not have been explored or maintained over the years. There's now a larger influx of people visiting these places. There's now an increase in the number of staycations and short lets where people take a break, where they can't travel out, but they would rather just find somewhere that fits their needs. Maybe an urban millennial, for example, would be opting for a short stay in a beach house somewhere for a quick getaway, as opposed to taking out the time to take a trip across waters. There's also, us as Nigerians leveraging on the vibrant entertainment industry in Nigeria and putting together events that you can experience culture and a bit of travel. So even down to our end of year activities, I saw the other day a particular company had put together their end of year party that explored different destinations or different locations. And the company is not a travel company at all. It's more like a bank of sorts. But they created an avenue where people could experience things in Nigeria for different locations or different countries. So there's that, and there's also tourism content creation, where people are following a lot more travel blogs and a lot of travel blogs, social media accounts that of influencers who are traveling and going to different places, and living vicariously through these people. We're all here at work 365 days a week, and we can't necessarily travel anywhere. But we're listening, or we're watching these bloggers, we're watching these social media accounts who are essentially putting the work to explore different destinations and give us that exposure. Valuable skills that you might need to have in the travel industry in this space would mean, first of all, very good customer service, because you're talking to multiple people at the same time, and you have to know how to speak to them. Millennials are a very different set of people, and they have the purchasing power, and they have the opportunity to do these things. So you have to have that understanding and know how to exceed, not just meet, but exceed customer expectations. You have to essentially be familiar with the different platforms. So if you're going to use platforms to, book tickets or meet people, or get packages or tourism event-based packages or travel packages or tours, you need to know the different platforms to be able to maneuver these things. And then a few other transitional knowledge-based requirements in that is be able to know your customer, know who you're talking to, and know what is more important to them. It's not just, as much as it's about the experience, it's also about pocket-friendly options and understanding how best you can excite a customer to be able to go somewhere. So I'll give you a simple example. In recent times, we've been able to market Morocco to our customers, and Morocco can be very easily mistaken for the Arab world, right? And not realizing that people will say to you, oh yes, they're Arabs, yes, they look like Arabs, yes, they have similar religion, they have similar languages, they have a similar look. However, it's a case of, we want to go to Morocco, but we don't know what to expect there. People are thinking that you would, like Dubai or Doha, you go into the desert. There's an opportunity for that. But however, Morocco has various different states and cities that you can visit, that you will experience a lot more about the culture. There's Tangier, there's Casablanca, and there are all these different things that you can experience in Morocco. So a customer has called and said he wanted to go to Morocco, and we were able to give him a plethora of options that essentially it introduced him to the fact that Morocco is not just your regular go there, you see one thing and come back. There's all sorts of things that you can do. And that also now got him to open up to do more. So my point here is knowledge of destinations, but also knowledge of what your customer is possibly going to be able to do or want to do. And that comes from speaking to the customer, asking more questions, getting to understand what their preferences would be, and things like that. And then just generally looking at going to the point of other fields within travel and tourism that people would want to experience. Like I mentioned earlier, experiential travel, luxury travel, wellness retreats. These are things that people are looking towards these days because the economy is really hitting everybody left, right, and center, and they're looking for things that they can do to similarly at the end of the year or escape from the hustle and bustle of the year. It's looking for experiences that are not necessarily cookie cutter, but they want to create this. Millennials crave the stories. They want to see what they can do long term. So they're very hands on. They want very typical and very authentic travel experiences. They want the luxury as well. So the private beach houses, personalized concierge services. And they're willing to invest to have these unforgettable and high-end experiences. And there are also these, wellness retreats that, people can go to, yoga spas, getaways. So all these different opportunities exist. As travel entrepreneurs, as businesses, as enthusiasts, the key is to unlocking these potentials that lie within understanding our different customer behaviors. And this means, again, investing in our customers and knowing our customers, and then having that tech-driven solution like a mobile app, or just being savvy enough to understand where your customers are, how best you can get through to them, what they would want to see, and what's also viable to you. The Nigerian millennial essentially represents a golden opportunity for travel and tourism in the industry to grow exponentially. And by tapping into all the different preferences, as I mentioned before, they're not just selling trips, we're selling memories, we're telling stories, and we're inspiring a new generation of travelers. So there's that opportunity for us as a company to offer experiences like cruises, curated holidays, travel packages that go along with your long layover, whatever the case may be. So yeah, this essentially is where these opportunities lie, and we have the opportunity to tap into this really well for our customers and our millennial travelers.
Thank you so much, Madam Lola. It was an exciting topic, and you spoke so well about it. It's great to know that a lot of people would want to travel, but I noticed in this part of the country, I don't know, maybe it's because of the financial aspect, or we don't just imbibe the act of traveling, because a lot of people, I know 70% will say it's a waste of money, while 30% will do all it takes to travel. I have some questions for you, but after all the speakers have spoken, I will come back to you. Thank you so much once again.
No problem.
And it's good to know the knowledge of destination is actually a very key factor, because we have specific destinations and some destinations that people don't even know anything about, and they're not really ready to exploit that destination. Thank you so much, Madam Lola. So we're going to be receiving our next presentation from Mr. Dayo, because he's going to be talking about the immigrant part, the law part, and every other thing you need to know about travels and tourism. So, Mr. Dayo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think my angle on this will be speaking more to legislation for travels. For instance, I'm of the view that whenever you are traveling to any country, it's essential that you try to know about the laws of those countries, and it's essential that you try to do your research online in terms of understanding where to go, where not to go, the security aspect of it, and the safe area. So because every country has that, so you need to be sure of where you want to stay, what's the security or insecurity level in those areas. Very important. I think a case in point is that is causing a lot of noise around in the UK is the 18-year-old boy that went to Dubai recently with a 17-year-old lady, and as I yesterday was sentenced to 1 year in prison, because the laws in Dubai says you cannot have an intimate relationship with a lady that is not yet 18, and that's not the applicable law in the UK. So it was caught up in that. We have situations where even as simple as medications may cause issues for travelers. You need to be aware of restricted medications, and in some cases as well, you probably even need to take your prescription along if you are on any medications. So that's one of the things that we typically also advise. You should also ensure that you update if you need to take vaccinations, ensure that you are holding your vaccination cards. I know to work in some countries, or to even some countries, especially in the Middle East, these are very, very strict requirements. So these are areas I think that on the legal side one has to be aware of. Then another major challenge, so I want to break this into three, and I will speak from my experience as a lawyer, a corporate immigration lawyer, also my experience as a personal traveler. So let me correct what I said. I meant I traveled to 16 cities, not necessarily 16 countries, but I think about 8 or 9 countries in the last 1 year. And as a traveler, speaking as a traveler, we need to look at what's the current challenge that most people that enjoy to travel used to need to be aware of. I think the cost of tickets first. So maybe Madam, my panelist on that works in D&P Travels will probably be able to shed more light on that. But it's actually very, very annoying, if I may say. So speaking for myself, when you recall the days when you could fly to Dubai with 150, and that's not too far off. I mean, we are speaking about 20, and now to get an economy class ticket to the UK, you are looking at 2M plus minimum. I don't think that's something that no matter how premium that person is, it gets to you. It gets to you. Look at the cost of hotels. Part of the challenges as well is the inflation, the forex-related concerns. You get to your bank, you want to get your PTA, your personal travel allowance, and it's proving almost impossible. Those are very serious issues, I must say, from my own experience. Then visas as well. I mean, I'll speak to an experience of a client that wanted to go to the UK. This particular business was sending 2 people to the UK for a conference and for their employees as well. And when they made the application, the business account was well funded. There were issues with that. I think for what those employees were earning was quite reasonable, in my opinion. Fairly reasonable, not fairly reasonable. But by the time they converted what they earned to pounds, it sort of made it look so ridiculous. And on that basis, they were not granted a visa. In the Nigerian context, that salary actually makes sense. But by the time they converted, like I said, it didn't add up, and they were rejected. In such situations, you just wished that we're not in this current, we're not facing these current issues that we're currently facing in Nigeria, as that serves as a setback for most genuine travelers, those that work hard and the right things, and unfortunately, they have to take it. From my experience as well, another challenge typically is in such situations when there are refusals and they come to us. One of the things that we've noted is the fact that consumers, I'm saying consumers now, and I'm using that word deliberately, do not even understand their rights. So we have a situation where travelers or frequent travelers will come to us who have been rejected with a visa for this purpose or this reason. Or in some cases, you look at it, you analyze it, and you know, okay, this is a bit commonsensical, meaning, oh, you should have added this document, or you should have written this letter, or you should have done. We give that advice and it works. But in more complicated scenarios, what we typically advise, and this might serve as a learning point for most travelers, is to ensure that they do not, where the case is complicated, we realize that most professionals will not tend to tell you the truth, which is we do not have the expertise and the skill sets to do this. The right thing to do in such situations, similar to medical professionals as well, is, oh, maybe go and see the specialist. So what we do from our end is to ensure that we make an introduction to those specialists in other jurisdictions that we are certain will be able to solve that problem. I'll use another example as well. Someone wanted to travel to the UK as well for a short program and a bit of leisure as well. And a visa was refused. And it was refused on the grounds that this person had a caution in the past, and this person did not understand the implication of the caution. The implication of the caution, meaning, you know, when you are filling UK visa form, there's a part where they ask about your criminal records and all of that. But this person was once questioned by the police on in a particular mall for shoplifting. But she wasn't arrested. She wasn't taken in, or he wasn't taken in to the police station. So he didn't see it as anything. That formed part of his record. And by the time she had gotten multiple visas after that incident, but this particular time she was applying for a renewal and it came up and she was rejected on that basis. This got to us. Typically, professionals may just say, oh, let's write a letter, let's do this, let's do that. But we realized that, hey, it's not something we have dealt with in the past. This is not something that we have the competence or capability to move forward. So what we did essentially was to speak with, make an introduction, join a call with one of our foreign firms that we have a relationship with. And they just simply said, okay, this is what you need to do. Put this affidavit together, state this, do this, do this, do that. And we complied with all their advice. The clients submitted the application again and the visa was granted. We wouldn't have talked about that. But based on their own experience, having managed such situations in the past, it was a breeze. So I think our audience needs to understand that in some cases, where you have probably tried to turn around these refusals and it probably didn't work because you've been working with Nigerian councils who are not familiar with the immigration laws of these countries that you want to visit. It's always better for you to, number one, work with seasoned experts in Nigeria that are well-traveled, that belong to these international immigration associations that can help you contact the right people to ensure that your chances of success on visa applications are high. Then when it comes to our passports, we need to look at our passports index, on the global passports index. I think it's something that I hope as time goes on, when the situation of the country stabilizes more, we can have a better ranking, and that also goes to, I'm not sure many people watching will probably also be aware of the principle of reciprocity when it comes to issuance of visa and when it comes to immigration and immigration. So lately we have been granted 5-year visas to the US. I'm using that as an example. In the past, it used to be 2 years. There's something called a principle of reciprocity, which is how you treat us is how we treat you. So we have some countries that if you're going there, you realize that you don't have to pay some visa fees. And that's because when they are coming here as well, they do not pay visa fees. While some countries, they are paying dollars equivalent to Nigeria, or you are paying the same. That's the principle of reciprocity. How you treat us, how we treat you. The moment the Ministry of Interior and the NIS decided to start issuing 5-year visas to Americans, they reciprocated. And that is essentially why we are doing that. So I hope that on the governmental level, we are able to get more out of countries that Nigerians like to visit. I think in Africa, I would say South Africa, I would say Kenya, I would say Morocco is part of that, Rwanda, the major destination, Ghana is free to enter and exit anyway. I would say the UK, the US, and lately South Africa. I think one of the takeouts from the president's visit but that last week or 2 weeks ago was that now South Africa is really issuing 5-year visas. Interestingly, I know one person that has benefited from that already. So that's a good sign because it also saves us the time of having to attend embassies for visa appointments. I know, speaking for myself, that filling forms, putting documents together and all of that can be quite tedious and unenjoyable. So that's also something I feel like on the government they can do, and that would help with frequent or frequent travelers moving around with ease as well. So I've spoken to some of the challenges. I've spoken to what the government can do. I've also spoken to the needs and some of the challenges that travelers tend to face. I think I'll now want to touch on the benefits.
Mr. Dyer, you've done more than 10 minutes. You're already in 15 minutes. So
Thank you very much. I'll pause at that point.
all right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I actually didn't realize that we need a seasoned lawyer to help us apply for our visas. It's good that we're knowing that today, and I'm sure a lot of audience don't really know about that, but from now they know about it. So if you've had refusals of visas before, you can always contact a seasoned lawyer to help you go through your visa processing. Thank you so much. So we'll be looking over Madam Jennifer. Are you here, please? So please just
Yes,
talk
I
to
am.
us about the immigration part, the work visas, and everything you have to say. 10 minutes, please.
Okay, so I would majorly be focusing on the visa aspects of this because that's what Philly Magna focuses on. So I feel when you're doing a visa application for your client, the first thing you need to know and understand is the type of client you're working with. Every client is not the same. Situations differ, applications differ. You need to understand the client you're working with to know what specifics is for the client's situation, right? So you need to know, why is this person traveling? There are different reasons why people travel. Why does this person want a visa? What is this person's plan? Does this person want to study? Is this person trying to just study in a foreign country and come back to Nigeria and stay and acquire knowledge from another country and then use it here? Or the person is trying to relocate out of Nigeria through study? Or the person is trying to get a job? Or the person is just going for leisure? So people just want to travel, just see the world and view different places just for the fun of it. Each person that has a particular need, the solution to each person differs. So the first thing you need to do is to identify the clients that you have and be able to give the solution that each client needs, right? So the number one thing when working with clients in visa applications that a lot of people do not really overemphasize on is being able to be honest with your client. Being able to tell your client, this is what is possible and this is what is possible now. This is what we can actualize in a couple of months. This is what is visible now. This is what is visible in a couple of months. Very important. I'll give an example. We've had cases of client reach out to Philly Magna. They want to do a visa to the UK, for example. One of the most common reasons for UK refusals is financial and socioeconomical status in your home country, which means either your finances are there, but it is too much you cannot explain it, or you don't have the finances at all. So let me explain. It sounds funny when you say, oh, I have the money, because it happens to a lot of clients. They say, I have the money, why am I refused the UK visa? You get clients that are cranky and I'm like, I've traveled to multiple other countries, I've traveled to some Schengen countries, or the US gave me a visa, why is the UK refusing me? So it differs for each country. The way the immigration rule works for the UK is different for the US. Same for Canada, same for Schengen and every other country. So for the UK, you can submit your visa application with a truckload of money in your account. You have millions in your account and get refused. And the reason why that happens is they're unable to identify where the money is coming from. You have, okay, let me give an example with figures. Let's say you have an account, a closing balance of about 120 to 150 million. And then your account, you state that you earn a specific amount each month, and then in your bank statement submitted, because you are required to provide a 6-month bank statement, and the bank statement submitted does not show that you received that specific amount each month. Yes, the amount in your account can cater for your trip, can take you to the UK and back, but you get a refusal because they are unable to see credibility in what you've said in your application and what's provided in the document. Bearing in mind, for the UK, you're not getting interviewed for the visiting visa. So your document does all the talking on your behalf. So it needs to be properly done in a way that is self-explanatory even without you being there. But the US is quite different. The US are very, very interesting people, quite dramatic with how they do their visa application. But you get to see them, you get to go through your interview, you get to talk to them. So you get to explain your application to them. that doesn't still guarantee you the visa regardless, but it's quite different from the UK and Canada and some other Schengen countries. So the first thing you need to do, like I said, is to understand your client's peculiarities, know what your client needs, and know how to advise them. There are some clients that can come to you, they want to travel, and currently their bank statement cannot carry it. This is not the time to tell them miracles do happen. This is not the time to tell them that it is possible when it's not. You sit with a client. That's why I can never overemphasize this enough. A consultation with your client is very important. That is where you get to understand what's in the client's mind, because you technically do not know what from emails and just chat messages. When you have a conversation with somebody during a consultation, you get to know where their mind is at, what they want to do and why they want to travel, and then you get to advise them on their specific situation. Some people's cases is you need to build your bank statement. Your bank statement, you can't have this amount and can't explain it. So you need to build your bank statement before you apply to not to have any issues with the embassy. Well, we have some cases where some people have had multiple refusals, and they want to hear you say stuff like it's if we do it for you now, it's going to happen as magically. No. When you have sometimes when you have multiple refusals like that, you have to sit back and understand what the issue is. I'll give you an example. If you have had 3 refusals for the UK, when the UK refuse you, they provide you with a refusal note, and they state what the reason for the refusal is. If you're applying for a UK application and you've had a previous refusal, the question is, why are you reapplying? What was the reason for the refusal? Have your circumstances changed? Have you fixed what was complained about before? You cannot just get a refusal now and push back to reapplying immediately. What should be the difference in your application? That's why when you're working with us at Magna, we normally advise clients on being transparent with your consultant. Say it as it is. It is very important to be very open with your consultant so they can advise you properly. You can work with some clients and then you're asking them things about their finances. I know it's a bit personal when someone is infringing into your personal space and asking about your finances that you don't want to share. In as much as we understand how personal that is, it's very important to your application, because they're going to ask you questions in your applications that are personal, and we will need to know how best to position you in the application, right? So that's for the working with clients. For the travel, for the visa company on its own, working with how do I put it? Partnership is very important. Like Mr. Dayo said, it's very important to partner with other people. You can't have all the answers. You're not a magician. You don't know everything. You can't. The moment you start to believe you know everything, that's when you start to fail. You don't know everything. There are some applications that are quite complex, that are not regular, that you're faced before. It's very important to have partnership with other firms that you can have a consultation with. Have like a lawyer, an immigration lawyer in a foreign country, where you can have a consultation with a client if the application is complex, like Mr. Dayo said. Have partnership. Partnership is very important when you are growing your business. It is very important. Knowing that an application, it is when you know an application will fail, it is very, very bad to start an application knowing that it's going to fail. I feel it is important. Integrity is way more important than money. And your client's success and your client's satisfaction is way more important than money. So it's very important that you know this and you have this conversation with your client. If it's not possible, you say it's not possible. Most of the currently, I'm going to give an example. Because of how unstable the economy has been in Nigeria recently, most Nigerians have been getting visa refusals regarding the whole socioeconomic issues we're having here. Exchange rate is high. You want to study, you have to break the bank to study. It is crazy. What differentiates you from the others in the market is you bringing an innovative part. Not everybody must study in Canada. Not everybody must study in the US. There are other countries that show benefits, but are not really talked about, because people focus on just the majors, the big leagues, and everybody pushes themselves into those places and then they get rejections. So it's important that you are able to share those insights with your clients to know how to position them on, if this doesn't work for you, we can offer you this. The top number one that you should know is your client satisfaction. The finances, if it's not working now, you tell them how it will work. Another thing that you also need to know is understanding the immigration rule for each country. Being able to understand the immigration rule for each country regarding where you're also coming from. There are some countries that are quite lenient with Nigerians, while there are some that even if you put in your application 100 times, they would not accept you. Not all cases. So being able to identify what countries that you can go to and how the immigration system works is very important. And we tell this to every client that comes to work with us. It is very, very important to plan your application early. Very, very important. I know most people just want to, like, for example, this December, some people want to travel in December and they start the application now. It's not possible. It's very unrealistic because you're going to provide some documentations that you may not be able to provide immediately. So in as much as you have that thought in your head, another thought that comes in is, I don't have the money for it. How do I start this? I don't have the money for it. Start talking to a professional. So what we normally do at Philip Magna is, when we have cases like that, and when someone says, I want to go to a country, but I don't know where to start from, that's where we come in. We guide you on how to start, how to work on your documents, what to say in the interview, filling up the form, walking you through what the immigration rules are there, how to adjust when you are there, and being able to position yourself in a way where you are presentable to the embassy without having any refusals, right? So, like I said, there are a lot of diverse opportunities in the travel industry, but the way to tap into those opportunities, especially in the visa sector, is creating, the market is quite competitive. It's creating what secludes you from the rest of the group. What are you offering? What is that thing you're offering to your client? First thing is transparency, very important. Honesty, very important. Guidelines, very important. Taking their hands through step by step, very important. Showing them the bigger picture, because it can get very tiring sometimes. When you're working on a visa application and you've gotten a refusal a couple of times, it gets very frustrating, especially when you know that you have the money, you can do it, and then you're getting refusal. It can be very frustrating. So sometimes you have to hold your client's hands in working this application. You have to show them that this is the path that you should go. This is where you can this is what you need to do. This is where you're missing it, and then strive by it. So understanding the markets, understanding how best to work with your client is very, very important when you do this application.
Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. Like, it's really enlightening. And I got to understand that transparency is key. I noticed that we have a lot of agencies out there that, even if they know that this person is not fit to get this visa, but because of what they want to get, they just tell the person to apply for the visa. So I like the fact that you said honesty, transparency is key. No, money is not everything. I'm going to take that word home. Thank you so much. And now on to you, Madam Wonola. We want to hear the various opportunities we have in travels and tourism, because I know a lot of people are itching to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So I actually have documents to share.
Okay.
Kindly permit me. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So approaching the topic from a different angle, I'll be talking more about the opportunities in the travel and tourism industry. I'll be talking about careers that people can start in the industry. The industry is quite big, but very, very interesting because we're all connected. It's like a circle. You just keep going round. So it's a very big ecosystem. Despite the fact that the industry is competitive, if you're able to offer people unique options, unique experiences, you'll be able to carve a niche for yourself in the travel and tourism industry. And one of the ways you can do that is by providing customer customers with unique experiences in the different career paths that you decide to choose, or the particular area that you choose in the tourism industry. So the easiest thing to do is to find your place. Do you want to be a travel professional? Do you want to work on land, air, or do you want to be a travel content creator, or you want to work at sea? There are so many parts of the tourism industry that you can actually build a career in. So let us take them one by one. As a travel professional, you can either be a travel professional, and under travel professionals, we have the inbound tour operator. Those are the people that are selling tourism in their country, bringing people from outside Nigeria into Nigeria. That's an inbound tour operator. You can be an outbound tour operator. You are taking people out of the country to different destinations like Qatar, Dubai, Morocco, Europe, Asia. You are taking people out of the country. That's an outbound tour operator. You can also be an online travel agent, and you can also be selling tickets. So Wakana is an OTA, an online travel agent, and they also sell tickets. So if that's where you want to specialize in, you specialize in that, and you get special rates from the airlines, and people know you for being an online travel agent that also services customers with air tickets. You can act as a visitor information center. Like when people come into Nigeria at the airport, you can be providing people with information, or you can have an app that provides people with information, and people pay for it, and people advertise on these apps. That's another way that you can also generate money, because people are always looking for information when they get into a new destination. And that is why websites like Wiki Travel and TripAdvisor I go to when people want to know about a destination, or they want to know about a hotel, they want to know so much about something. Those are websites that people go to. You can act as a call center travel agent, receiving calls for people, for travel companies, and helping customers, because in the travel industry, information is what is key, and knowledge is power. When people have information about something, then they can make a decision. And that's why if you want to run a call center as a travel company, you can do that successfully. You can either be a tour guide in your destination, showing people different places, the kind of things that they can enjoy. You know, people learn these things. They learn the history of the destination, and they tell people and show people these things. That is also another career path. So you can decide to be a cruise consultant. There are cruises all over the world that cruise through Asia, Europe, the Americas, even Africa. You can decide that you want to start selling cruise packages to your customers and give them the opportunity of exploring the world on a ship without getting off and getting on every day and packing their suitcases. Or you can be a visa consultant, like Philly Magna has said. Teach people the importance of applying for your visas with integrity. Let people know the kind of documents that are required for them when they're processing visas. And the work of a visa consultant is actually quite, I don't want to use the word cumbersome, but you really need to pay attention to details. So if you know that you are that kind of a person, then you can become a visa consultant as a travel professional. Let's talk about land. Now, you don't want to be a travel professional. You don't want to be stuck in the office. What can you do? You can be a hotelier. You can start a hotel or a resort. If you know that you want to do it in a bigger way, you can actually get a hotel chain to support you. You become a hotel chain affiliate, buy a franchise, and start a hotel in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. People are always looking for where to stay, and you must separate yourself. Are you doing 3-star? Are you doing 4-star? Are you doing 5-star? What kind of experiences are you offering people? What do they want your hotel or your beach resort to be known for? When people travel, they're always looking for food. So do you want to own a restaurant where you're selling rich, delicious, locally made dishes, or you want to go intercontinental, or you want to do international dishes? It's totally up to you. But there's no way that people will travel to a destination without looking for food. And that is why owning a restaurant is also a good addition to the travel space and to the travel tourism ecosystem? Do you want to be a promoter of arts and culture, where we have different shows? You bring artists to sing, to play, fashion shows. These are things that people are looking for in Nigeria. Or you want to own a museum and you're promoting artworks. You can do that as a promoter of arts and culture in Nigeria or in your destination. Grant services, these are transportation system, bus transportation, car hire services. People arrive in Lagos and they want to go all the way to Ibadan and they don't know how to go about it. You can have an app or a website where people go online and they can book their transportation from the airport to Ibadan, to Yola, to Benin, anywhere. Grant services are very important. Or is it Airbnb? Airbnb has really grown in the Nigerian travel industry, and we have a lot of people now going into Airbnb. But if you are going to do this, you have to do it well. If people feel that when they're coming to your Airbnb, it feels like a hotel or it feels like a resort, that is what people want. And as Dirty December is, approaching, we're already in December, we're going to have a lot of people coming into Nigeria looking for Airbnb. How is your Airbnb going to stand out? Is it going to be well decorated? Is it going to be in a safe place? Or are we going to get into your Airbnb or your apartment and it's smelling and it's just totally unkempt? So there's a big industry for Airbnb, and a lot of people are cashing in on that. You can also do VIP protocol services. Provide securities, provide the vans, police that will pick people up from the airport, or you provide them with protocol services within the airport and even outside the airport. As people come in, especially VIPs, they want to be sure that they're safe. They want to be sure that they have everything sorted for them. VIP and protocol services is also another way that you can get into the industry and make yourself unique. Now, what do people want to do for nightlife, entertainment? People are not just going to just tour around the city and eat in a restaurant and sleep in the hotel. They want to experience some nice bedroom. So do you want to start a club? You can start a club, you can start a lounge, to create a nightlife experience for people. I was in Dubai recently and I took a group to O Beach. Beach was amazing. Basically, lounging on the beach, eating food, and we had people entertaining us. That is another industry that is really untapped in Nigeria, especially because we have a lot of beaches in Nigeria. What are people doing with their beach clubs? We have a few beach clubs, but we need to take it up to the next level. Programs that people book ahead of time, and people come to your beach club and they just have a wonderful time. You can also create cooking classes, teach people how to make a fori roll, how to make pounded yam, how to make a dikaiko or a popular jollof rice. And you'll see that people are enrolling for your classes and you are getting sold out. So the truth is that people say the industry is saturated, people say the industry is competitive, but you can carve a niche for yourself. That is how you stand out. Let's talk about air. For air, you can be a cabin crew, air hostess, you can be a pilot. You can provide onboard services like catering and entertainment to the airline. All the channels that we watch on the in-flight entertainment is provided by a company, it's provided by someone. So you can also do that. Catering, give us nice, delicious food on air. And people would always ask, who made this food? Who made this food? And before you know it, people are talking about your services. Different airlines are keen into it. Air ticketing agent, you can sell tickets to people, either local tickets or international tickets. Find a way to make your tickets attractive. Or do you want to do cargo, moving goods from one place to the other? That is also another sector in the air industry under travel and tourism. You can also become a flight operations specialist or even a travel doctor or a nurse. Yes, there are air ambulances. There are people that actually travel with patients to other destinations for treatment. This is very popular in destinations like Turkey, in Germany, UK, even Dubai here, and Egypt. People are traveling to these destinations for treatment. So you who is a medical doctor or a nurse, you can tap into the travel industry by becoming a travel doctor or a travel nurse. Now let me quickly touch on travel content creators. We're seeing on social media, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. We're seeing the growth and the influence of travel content creators. And you can pick a niche for yourself. If you're the type that doesn't like taking pictures, you don't like creating videos, you can actually become a travel writer. Become a travel writer for blogs, become a travel writer for newspapers, and and that also gives you the opportunity to travel, because you can hardly talk about a destination without traveling to that destination. And when people know you as a travel writer, they can, invite you to come to their destination, and you give your own opinion about that destination. You can become a traveling influencer. A lot of our influencers and celebrities have become traveling influencers now, influencing for travel companies, influencing for brands, influencing for hotels. You can become a travel influencer and make good money from it. You can also influence for brands and tourism boards. You can become a travel blogger, have a website where you're talking about travel, different things, and you have people coming to your website. People want you to know who you are. What are you doing? We have examples of them on Instagram. Tosi Oyewale, he's a big travel influencer. He doesn't just tell you, I travel to this destination. He gives you information about that destination. If you are going to that destination, what you need to do. Another one is Sasi Funke or Adenike, or even travel letters, always giving people information about travel. From it, they begin to start making money. People start calling them, come and influence for us. So there's many opportunities in the travel industry that are yet to be untapped. Now let us talk about sea before I close. Nigeria has the beach. We have the beach, and we're not using it to the best of our ability. I know that it's the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean is quite rough. You can't compare it to the Indian Ocean in Zanzibar and Mauritius. But there are things that we can do with our own beach. Nigerians are not, they're beach lovers in the sense that they may not enter the water, but they lounge near the beach. So we can have beach clubs. And beach club is something that we're seeing coming into the Nigerian sector. Where we have Cocoa Beach, we have Wave Beach, we have so many beach clubs. And people just go there to unwind, to dine, to enjoy, listen to good music, and get entertained. Water sports like kayaking, parasailing, boat cruises, there are different things, deep sea diving. We can do all that in Nigeria because we have the water. And so we need to tap into that. People can come up, millennials can create companies that can do this for Nigerians. You can do kite surfing. There's so much. Yacht clubs. We have a lot of yacht clubs within Nigeria. And the honest truth is that most of the people that patronize yacht clubs are actually the elderly people. So we need to, the elderly people, the rich, we need to start creating the millennials and a different age range of people need to start creating and opening up yacht clubs, because there's money there. That's where you see people come and display their luxurious outfits. People just want to enjoy themselves. It's similar to what's it called, Formula One, where you see people come, or polo races, where you see people come dressed up. It's also an opportunity for people to network. So yacht club is another thing that millennials can do in the travel industry. You can also start a training school for water sports and water activities like swimming, diving, because we have the water. And of course, fishing. Fishing is quite relaxing, and it is also done as a sport in other parts of the world. It can be done in Nigeria too. So in closing, I would say that anyone can find an opportunity in the tourism industry. People should not be afraid that, it's saturated, it's competitive. How do I compete with the big wigs? No, don't come into the industry trying to compete. Come into the industry having a niche for yourself and providing services that even the ecosystem can thrive, services that people will need you for, because you're going to be leveraging on your strength. What Wakana does is not what Diamonds and Pearls does. It's not what Philly Magna does. We've all carved a niche for ourselves. So you can carve a niche for yourself in the travel industry, and you can become an expert in it. You can provide value for people. You can create amazing experiences as long as you go above and beyond for your customers. And please, if you are coming to the industry, do not be mediocre. Come here with your A game and give us what you've got. Thank you very much. My name is Wonuola Olatunde Lamidi, co-founder of Diamonds and Pearls Travels.
Thank you so much, Madam Wonuola. I didn't know we have a lot of opportunities in travels and tourism like this. You opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I'm sure my audience too, their eyes are open. always say we have Wakana, we have DRP, we have Travel Wings, Travel Better. How do we millennials come in? But today you've opened our eyes to a lot of opportunities, and everyone should just have a niche, like I said. Don't come to the industry trying to compete it. Thank you so much, Madam Onola. So, my audience online, I hope you guys are having an exciting time. Try send in your questions so we can ask our speakers here. And we have one question which says, I think this question is actually to Madam Munuola and Madam Lola. So the person is asking and saying, for millennials that don't have money to start a company, how do they start? Are there opportunities in DMP Travels? Are there opportunities in Wakana for these people to start up something? Maybe something like an affiliate or something. I'm sure I'm asking your question. So anyone can go first. Madam Wonola, Madam Lola, anybody can go first.
Okay, so let me answer this question. I'm going to give two scenarios. When my husband and I started Diamonds and Pearls Travels 14 years ago, we didn't have an office. Okay. We didn't have any investment, any big money anywhere. We only started with a laptop, working internet, a business name, and a phone. Now, the truth is that you must train yourself and choose which sector do I want to practice in. Now, I'm talking about people that want to start their own business. Which sector do I want to start in? What experiences do I need? What trainings do I need? Don't be afraid to start small. I'm a firm believer of starting small. Don't be afraid to start small. And even if you're going to start small, you need some finances. Ask people around you, your family members, your friends, people that believe in your dream, people that trust you, that know that you're a person of integrity. Now, that business that we started in our one-bedroom BQ is what has grown today. And we now have a lot of staff, and we have sent thousands of people abroad, and we have brought thousands of people into Nigeria. Now, that is one arm. So pick where you want to start and coach yourself, train yourself, and link yourself with people that can provide you with the knowledge and the materials. And I'm telling you, you would succeed. Now, for people that don't want to start a business, you can work with a travel company, either as an affiliate, or you can actually work with them as a full-time staff, or work with them as a marketing consultant, or you can work with them by providing them with content for their travel. You can provide them with travel content. You can provide them with what's it called? If you are good with what they call this, doing videos, cutting out videos, editing. Because the truth is that travel now is going beyond pictures. It's going to videos. It's going beyond write-ups. People want to see what they are going to experience. If you know that you have a flair for this, you are either a travel writer, you can do any of these things, why not? You can provide this for travel companies, or even a graphic designer. I have a full-time graphic designer, but I know other travel companies that outsource their work to travel, to graphic designers. You can do that. So there's so many things that you can do in the travel industry. Just pick out which one you want to do. Do you want to become an affiliate? Do you want to become an entrepreneur? Or you want to become a marketer or a subsidiary that provides services to travel companies? You may be a good chef. When I'm bringing a group to Nigeria and they're arriving, I want to give them something to eat. You can give me packed jollof rice and some nice mede to give them to eat as they arrive in the airport. There's so much that you can do, and that's why I said it's an ecosystem that is a circle. Let me leave the space now for Lola to say something.
Thank you so much. Madam Lola, over to you.
Thank you. I think from our own end, yes. As Madam Onolo has also mentioned, you can work with Wakana. We have an affiliate program that you can work with, and there's a possibility for you to register with us and be an affiliate, and you can sell flights and hotels that way. But one thing I also wanted to point out was like a very inefficient or inexpensive, more way of getting into the tourism or the travel spaces is also blogging and writing. Like Madam Walona mentioned earlier in her presentation, it starts from somewhere. So if you start to create content by blogging or vlogging or social media, that is an inexpensive way to start. Example being people like Drink Lagos, Onije Kuje here in Nigeria. They've now started to expand to outside of Nigeria, but I know that they started with exploring restaurants and bars and experiences within Lagos. And that now expanded to going to other parts of Nigeria, and that has now recently expanded to the rest of Africa. But they started small, and it's them starting with things like places to eat in Lagos that are less than 20K per head. You know that way you have a YouTube channel, you have a TikTok account, you have Snapchat, you have Facebook, you have Instagram. You can put up content for people to see, and then you start to gain the traction by creating these. Every Nigerian likes a nice deal. Every Nigerian likes a pocket-friendly, activity or something to do that doesn't break the bank. So starting with content like that gives people experiences and exposes people to different experiences within their community is a way to start. And again, Wakana has an affiliate program that you can also register with, and you can sell hotels and flights at really great prices to customers as well. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Lola. So the person that asked these questions, Wakana has an affiliate portal. You can reach out to them at the end of the day, and I'm sure they're going to put you through. And you can also reach out to Madam Unuola. I'm sure she has packages for you all. Thank you so much. So my next question will be going to Mr. Dayo. Mr. Dayo, from the legal aspect, what legal challenges should travel businesses be aware of? And how can they ensure compliance with local and international regulations?
Yeah, what legal?
Challenges.
So it's all about
what legal challenges should travel businesses be aware of? And how can they ensure compliance with local and international regulations?
I think it's all about the certifications, where you need to be certified by, say, IATA or any other regulator. Ensure that you go through the process of getting your registration in good order, where you need to be licensed as well. Ensure that you do that, and you just make sure you're in good standing with these agencies and regulators as well. Internationally as well. You can't know every you can't get every certification, I think. But as much as possible, make sure that you set new criteria for your business to ensure that you keep stepping up year to year. And I think information is very critical in that regard. So it means by the time you attend industry events, I think they will be more exposed to new information that will aid their certifications. So I can't speak to the exact certification beyond IATA, like I've said. Being close to industry experts, Wakana with preeminent, DMP Travels is preeminent. I've worked with both of them, and I've had a pleasant experience. In some cases, I've even acted on behalf of clients in terms of trying to resolve issues with them. And what comes to mind is DMP Travels. They were very excellent, honestly, in resolving my clients' concerns. So, these reputable organizations try to comply with international and industry standards, so they can be a reference point in terms of modeling their businesses.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dayo. My next question is for you, Madam Jennifer. You spoke a lot about truth and credibility. So I'm going to ask, how can travel companies build trust and credibility with their clients, especially in a market where consumer expectations are high? Because I'm coming to you, I want to have my visa approved. I don't want the country to deny me. So how do travel companies build trust and credibility in this era?
Okay, so like I said before, it's very important to be honest with your client. In as much as it may not be what they necessarily want to hear at that point in time, it's what they will always appreciate you for later. Let's say, for example, a client wants to do an application and it's not visible. If you go ahead and tell the client that it's visible and they get a refusal, you're still going to have an unhappy client. You're going to have more issues because the client is unhappy and is telling you're talking about your organization that you didn't have credibility or you knew this was going to happen. Why didn't you advise me? It's very, very important, especially because of like the question you asked. A lot of travel consultancy or travel agency just package applications, falsify documents, tell you we can package it, you can go. And then you see people having visa ban, long standing issue with immigrations, immigration issues that affect from one country to another. And in the long run, even when you have a future plan for yourself regarding maybe another type of visa, maybe you want to go and study, maybe what you lied about was a visiting visa, and you want to study now, and then you're having issues with your application because of previous situations. It is, how do I emphasize this? When you're honest with your client, I have not seen a case where your clients will be unappreciative of your honesty. At first, it may seem like that because you're not getting the desired answers that they want to hear. But in as much as you are being honest with your client, you're directing them on what needs to do. You're not telling the client, I can't do it, it's not possible. That's not it. You're telling the client, this is not feasible, this is what's feasible. Let's start a 2-month plan. Let's start a 6-month plan. In the next 6 months, you can do this. You're not telling the client no without a visible plan. That's where you get it wrong. If you're telling a client that this can happen now, which is the integrity coming into play, like I said, you are giving the client the directive on how to go next. So it's the client's understanding of the fact that you have an expert knowledge in this. You're being professional enough to tell them or her that this can't work. And at the same time, you're guiding them through on what they can do to make it work. So it is, and as far as you are, how do I put it? As far as you are honest in your answer to your clients, that is not visible, but we can do this. You will keep thriving for that integrity. And I've seen cases where clients have returned to our company at Magna. They've not done the application yet. They came for a consultation, and the application was not visible at that time. Eventually, this client I'm talking about eventually got his visa and has traveled. But at that time, his application was not visible. And he had a consultation with us at Magna. And then we told them that this is what's going on with your finance. You've had a refusal before. You need to do this and do this. And we sat down, it was a very lengthy consultation, actually. This is the directive you need to go. This is how you need to do it. And the funny thing is, the client referred somebody else to us, even when he has not, because he had about a 6-month plan on what he needs to do. The client referred someone to us that did an application with us, even before he did his own. And the only reason why he did that is because he trusted our service enough to be honest that this cannot happen now, or we can show you why it can happen. And after the client came, the client, I know another fear that people have is when they say no, they lose the client. It's a common fear, but it is better to lose a client than lose the credibility, because at the end of the day, you end up not losing the client because the client may not smile and shine teeth with you at first when you tell them it's not possible. But when you give them a directive, they do go with you. And we've had cases of clients that, that actually did not want to continue and they went somewhere else, and then they had a bad experience, had a refusal, and then came back and made it a bit more complicated, but not impossible to fix. So in as much as the client may act like, or you have that fear that you will lose the client, you have referral is very important as well. Like I always say, you can have 10 people from that one person, and if you do that one person wrong, you have lost 10 people. So if that person appreciates you for that honesty, for that one thing, you could have gained 10 more clients from that one person just by being credible and honest.
Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. I have someone that talked to me about a case sometime. So she told this agency that she has been denied visa, right? And apparently, when the agency, I feel like most agencies, because they don't have credibility, when they finish filling your forms, they tell you, oh, we can't show you what you filled. We've already filled it, we've submitted it. So because I feel like a lot of things can be averted if you actually put the client in the know too. Because this client came to me and was crying bitterly. She said she told this client she has been denied Canada visa. I think she was applying for school in Canada. The time she applied for Canada was a visit and she was denied. And I think she has been denying American visas too. And this agency went ahead and feel the client has not been denied visa before. And apparently they denied the girl the visa. And we went to meet the client. The agency told us something. He said, it can happen to anybody. And I'm like, that's why most people don't want to use agency. I'd rather sit down and do my visa application myself than using another person, because I know that I'm feeling what I know, not what another person is telling. And I always tell agents, I said, it's best for you to show this client what you're doing, because if there's a mistake, the person can call you to it and say, this place you did this, there's this mistake, and I have been denied visa before, so can we just put that I was denied visa before? So I don't know why most agencies, they are not credible and they just collect exorbitant consultancy fee. I don't know why, but I feel like they need to be aware about this, and we need to tell all these upcoming millennials that want to go into travels and tourism to be credible, to be honest, as you have said it. You don't, everybody is not your client. Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. So someone asked a question, and the person said that he was trying to register his company, and they said he has to have a 10 million share capital, except he doesn't want to use a travel name. I don't know why that is, but who's going to answer it? I don't know anything about it. So if Madam Wonuola, Mr. Dayo, Madam Lola, and Madam Jennifer, please kindly explain to this person what the person needs to do.
So I'm a bit surprised by that. Although I'm yet to register a company in that sector, but it doesn't. In my opinion, and having read through the new Companies and Allied Matters Act, I don't think it falls into the category of companies that should require such a stringent condition as to having 10 million share capital at inception. I stand to be corrected by DMP Travels and Wakana. But I just want to say something to what you also mentioned earlier with respect to the Canada situation. I'm always of the view, like I said, that you should always work with experts, especially where the situation is complicated. So I would say in that scenario, an ICRC certified immigration consultant in Canada is the best fit to resolve such situations. For instance, we don't try to take on anything relating to Canada visa applications because there are always new developments in that space. I'm aware there was a new development yesterday, even yesterday morning as we speak. Immigration is always it's very fluid in those jurisdictions, so it's always best to work with the best of the best people that are certified in those jurisdictions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dayo. Madam Munuola, do you have something to say concerning the registration of the company?
Well, the truth is I registered my company many years ago, so I don't know the recent information. But what I would say is that when you're starting a company, always think about expansion. And it's important that you know that in future you want to be able to do more. And if you want to do more, you don't want to go back and start registering and start changing some things, because the same thing happened to us. We started our company as a business name. It was called Diamonds and Pearls Concepts. And the name came about because I used to make jewelry. And so the name of my jewelry company was Diamonds and Pearls Concepts. And so when I just started travel, I was using that name. But I realized that when I wanted to do a lot of things, right, I needed to change my name to travel. I needed to add travel to my name. And so my name now became Diamonds and Pearls Travels Limited. And so I had to increase my share capital, and I had to change a few things. So I advise, if you have been advised that you need 10 million naira to register your company as travel, then 10 million naira share capital, then I advise that you plan towards it and just save towards it and do it. But the best thing is to get to-date information from a legal practitioner. I'm not a lawyer, so I really don't know. I don't know about business registration right now. And again, when you become a travel agent, you also want to join organizations like NANTA and NATOP. You want to, at the end of the day, get IATA certificates. So it's better to just do everything once and for all than going back and forth every time. So that's my take on this question.
Thank you, Madam Mono. Onuola. Madam Lola, do you have anything to say concerning this?
No, so I agree with Madam Wonu, where you have to consider things like IATA, and all the other regulations that come up within travel. Any Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority requirements, so CAC, IATA, and all these different things. So essentially, no, I don't know about the 10 million naira. I don't know if it's necessarily 10 million naira. However, I would agree that these are things that need to be just considered. And again, a legal practitioner will be in a better position to help, because we are registered 18 years ago and it might not be the same now, like Madam Monu said. But yeah, it's very key to just keep in mind things like CAC, which that in itself can come to 100,000 naira, give or take. And then you have IATA, you have Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, and all these different, regulators that are in play in the Nigerian travel space.
Okay, thank you so much.
If I could add as well, speaking as a legal practitioner, typically when you have to register companies with a 10 million share capital, it's because you probably need to go through other requirements, which may include getting certifications and licenses. It just goes to the roots of credibility of your business. So that's the information I'm willing to share with BusinessDay. Factor, I don't need to have any direct introduction. I'll clarify that point and get back to you. But yeah, we'll clarify and get back to you on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dayo. Madam Jennifer, do you have anything to say on this?
I actually agree with what everyone has said. I think it's like Mr. Dayo said. It's dependent on what your business is about. It varies. So at the end of the day, you need to seek a proper legal advice on how best to go about it, so you don't cut corners and have issues with it in future. I feel there's a reason why they mentioned that you should be able to understand what the specification is for that amount. So I think having like a sit down with a legal practitioner will actually help.
Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. So we're just going to take 2 more questions so we can round up the session. It's been an exciting session so far, and I hope my audience, you all are enjoying the session. So the question I'll be asking, anyone can answer. What untapped opportunities exist in the Nigerian travel and tourism market, and how can millennials position themselves to take advantage of these opportunities? Who wants to go first? Who wants to go first? Should I call? Can you hear me, please? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Mr. Dayo, do you want to go first?
I think my madam here has really dealt in depthly with that. Even I was learning a lot from our presentation. I absolutely have nothing to add, other than maybe when you travel, just open your eyes. It could be something as simple as the chips you eat in Ibiza, like I did, and I've still been looking for that chips here in Nigeria. That can be an opportunity. Just open your eyes to all the possibilities. Nice. In enjoying yourself, you can still turn on your thinking cap to see things. That's the whole idea. So that's the only thing I think I can add from my personal experience.
Thank you so much. Who is saying anything again?
Okay, so I'm just going to add to what Mrs. Wonola said. She actually gave a very lengthy and very explanatory part of the opportunities. I think majorly is perspective, is how you see things. Sometimes it may just be like what Mr. Dayo said, the chips that he ate and he's still looking for it, and it may just be the littlest of things that become a business idea. Sometimes when a thought process comes in, I always say it's very important to pen it down, because thought flies, it goes and it comes back. So be very observant when working and when you're traveling, because there are so many untapped opportunities that we have not noticed, like partnerships, for example. Let's say, for example, you travel for a business deal. There are so many how do I put it? Like Miss Wanola said, the part that we have really good water areas in Nigeria, and we're not maximizing it to the fullest. We're not doing proper maintenance. I think that's one of our biggest problem is starting something and not maintaining it to see it through. So it could be that, and don't ever feel like, okay, I have this idea and there are 10 other people doing it. I don't think I would succeed in it. No, you can have a resort in Lagos here, and there are other resort like a Pine and some other ones, and you can create a niche for yourself in that same space that can make you stand out. You can, and what I would advise you to do is, whatever you're deciding to do, the first thing you need to do is to do visibility study rather on it. You need to understand to check how previous people have done it. And the reason why I say that is, when doing research and checking out other people have done a specific thing, it gives you an insight of what is lacking and how best you can push in that market, right? If it's a restaurant, or you want to open a restaurant in a specific location that does not have this the specific kind of dish or something quite different. But the important thing is, whatever sector you're choosing to work in, and you're traveling, you've seen, and one thing I love about traveling is it opens your mind to cultures and diversity, and it helps you see things in a different light. So always remember to take a moment, grasp everything in, see how you can stand out in that specific sector. So most people that haven't made it in their sector, it's not because they're not other people doing the same thing that they're doing, but there's something that they're doing that's making them different from other people, that's making people come back to them, that's making them have that clientele. So you need to check on that industry that you have an interest in, study it, understand what can you do to make a difference, and that's where you start hitting it up in that industry.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. Madam Lola, do you have anything to add?
For me, I feel like Nigeria is a land of opportunity.
Sure.
And there's the opportunity for you to, one, understand your customer, understand the Nigerian customer, because Nigerian customer is very, very peculiar. And that's why in marketing, they say anything that can work in Nigeria can work anywhere else in the world, but anything that can work anywhere else in the world might not necessarily work in Nigeria. So understanding that customer and knowing that because of our population in Nigeria, and because of the parity in socio-economic stratas, there's opportunity. Be it a higher in price point, or mid-level price point, or lower level price point, there is the opportunity. So if we're taking, for instance, from Madam Wanu's, presentation, where she broke it down: land, sea, air, nightlife, what you can do, services, products, and all those kind of things. If you looked at all of those things that she had mentioned, there is a plethora of things that you can do. And you can start small. You can start, if it's to create cuisines or trainings on different cuisines in Nigeria, or whatever the case may be, you can start small. And if you have the capital, you can start big. I would say this is similar with how we run things at Wakana, where we say, okay, we're able to curate holidays for people, curate experiences for people, depending on what it is that they're able to do. Where somebody cannot do multiple trips at the same time, we can say, okay, fine, you know what, take a long layover in a Rwanda, for instance, do some tourist activities, and then go on to your next destination. You can knock two birds with one stone. We're able to kind of find what price points can work for people, because we're not telling you to take two individual holidays, we're telling you to slide something in to what it is that you're currently already doing. But yeah, Nigeria is an opportunity. We have the numbers, and there is a way for you to find your footing in different aspects of travel. One thing I also wanted to point out is the fact that where we in the travel industry will look at different things like restaurateuring, winery, hotels, rides, protocol, airport lounges. People on the outside don't necessarily know or consider them to be within travel. And there is possibly every single profession in travel. There's Doctors Without Borders, there are traveling doctors, there are traveling dentists, there are travel veterinary doctors. There's travel in every single industry that you can think of. There's travel in possibly every single industry you can think of. So the opportunities are limitless.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Sorry, can I add?
Okay.
Sorry. So another thing I was going to mention is if you are a travel or visa consultant like Philip Magna, and you're trying to what is going to make you stand out, you can also go into partnerships. You could go into partnership with people that do travels and tour. You could offer to give your clients an extra service of, when you get to this country after we do your visa, we can cater for this for you, or we can arrange for this accommodation and this a restaurant not far from this place, or there's a place that you want to visit, you can curate like something for you around there. Partnership is very important. Just find a way to be able to stand out, even when you're still in the same sphere as you are. You can partner with some other people and then give your clients a special experience from the regular visa companies that they usually work with. So that can help you stand out when you're trying to get clients, because people will talk about, I got a visa, and then someone says, I got a visa and they did this extra for me and this extra for me, and they made it a lot easier for me. I had a 7-day stay and they cater for this. It was quite smooth for me. Those kind of things that get your clients talking, because clients like comfort, luxury, and comfort. If you can be able to provide something extra that will make them want to come back, and that's what you should be aiming at.
Oh, thank you so much. Madam Unuola, you've said a lot. Do you want to add anything to this talk question?
Well, while everyone was speaking, which everyone spoke very well, what came to my mind is two things. Accommodation in Nigeria. A lot of the hotels that we have in Nigeria are not very well maintained. And that's a major thing. If people can come up with hotels and maintain them very well and make sure that they are not overpriced, I'm very sure that such people will get a lot of business. And you can also start tour routes, just like in Europe, where you have the hop on, hop off buses. People can start such businesses in Nigeria. I know people will say, what about traffic? Well, you can actually start it, but dividing it into different segments. So in Lagos, you can do maybe the Lekki route. So what you're basically doing is from Lekki Phase 1 all the way to where we have the refinery, Ibejuleki. You can do the mainland route. The mainland route can basically be Ikeja. And, in Ikeja, we're going to be seeing the State House, government offices. You can even add the Kalakuta Museum to it. Then you can also have another mainland route like Surulere. They go to the stadium, Ojuelegba. We can have different routes just because of traffic, because someone cannot go to the island in the morning and still be able to go to the mainland in the afternoon. They'll be stuck in traffic and they'll be tired. And you want tourists to have the best of the country. And at the same time, as they're doing the tours, you can also infuse some restaurant hopping. Maybe they start with breakfast in one restaurant and they end, with lunch in another restaurant, and then maybe in the evening they can end with themselves on a beach, maybe in Wave Beach or something. There are different things in tourism, and as Lola said, Nigeria has a huge population. There's so many opportunities. The truth is that you can literally start anything today. And if people see that is offering them value, people will patronize you. So the secret is think of something different and just start. Don't let people say, are you sure people will buy? Are you sure it's a good idea? Try it first. If it's not a good idea, you shut it down and you start something else again. At least you know that you tried, you did something, and you know that next time you shouldn't do such again. So yeah, there's so many opportunities, and I believe that the documents that I created, which I can share with Business Day. We can create a link for it that people can go under this video later on and, click on the link and, read it and learn from it. There's so much to do in the travel and tourism sector. Thank you.
So much, Madam Olu. We would definitely need that link because I know a lot of people want to use that link. That was a good presentation. Thank you so much. So, someone asked before we end the session today. Someone said, "I love to travel, but given the cost of tickets, I am limited to traveling around Nigeria. Is there an option for this kind of person that wants to travel?" So the person was giving an insight. They said he wanted to travel to Rwanda and he noticed he needs nothing less than 3 million to cover all this. And he's a 9-to-5 worker. He doesn't end up to that. So are there any options or maybe like a pay small that he can do or something he can do so that he can fulfill his goal?
Oh, definitely. So with Waka Now, we have a pay small option that you can actually book a ticket with just a 10% down payment and spread your payments over a period of time between 24 hours to 6 months or even a year. So yes, there's these options where you can do that. There are also, we also have that opportunity to give people the option to say, okay, if you want to, like I said earlier, kill two birds with one stone. Sometimes it's even cheaper if you do a broken down trip to say you're going to go from Lagos to Rwanda to somewhere else and experience two places at the same time. Your layover, you can do something in Rwanda over a prolonged period of time and then go to another city and then come do a return. So yes, with Wakana, yes, there's a pay small option to pay, put a down payment, and over a period of time, you spread your payment. So you say you want to travel in June, for instance, you can book your ticket now, you lock down the payments now, and then over the time frame of June, we let you know what monthly installments you have to pay to get to essentially book the trip. And you're fine. And that could include not just your flight ticket, but also your hotel reservation. And then we can then curate for you the different activities that you do within whatever city it is that you're going to. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much, Madam Ola. Before Madam Onu answers this question, are there additional charges to this space small? Let them know, so I know what I'm involving myself in.
So it's a service charge, essentially. You're charged a slight service charge above the cost of the tickets, but it's 1%, 2%, 3%, depending on your tenure.
Thank you so much, Madam Onuola. Over to you.
So the secret to traveling is actually to be able to plan ahead. Once you're able to plan, you can travel. You can even travel 3 or 4 times in a year if you plan ahead. And what we usually advise customers to do is start saving. So we have a product called Travel Ajo that gives you the opportunity to start saving small till your travel date. That's option 1. Option 2 is to try and key into a pre-arranged package. Now, when I say a pre-arranged package, we call it set departures. Meaning that you can travel with other people because group travel is usually cheaper. Why? You are going to be sharing a room with another person. So you are going to be paying for half of the cost of the room. So that alone, you're already saving money. So look for pre-arranged set departure packages that you can key into, and then you start paying small. So for instance, if the travel date is in August, from January, you can start paying. You pay 100,000 today, pay 500,000 next week. You keep paying until the travel date. So I don't want you to feel that I can never travel out of the country. You can, but you need to give yourself time. And when you get lump sum, maybe bonuses from the office, you do one small deal here and there, you get some extra money, you can put it aside. And then you may be saying, but why will I be saving money just to travel? The truth is that travel on its own is education. Travel is no more luxury. When you see a child that travels and the way that child speaks, and a child that doesn't travel, the way that child speaks, you know that there's a difference. Travel gives you this confidence, it gives you this boldness. You just have knowledge about some things, and people are like, how did this person get it from? So travel is much more than just going to a destination and experiencing it. You are adding to yourself. So see traveling as investing in yourself, and gaining knowledge. So you can plan by paying small, plan ahead, lock in packages. When you see opportunities to travel, pay a deposit and lock it down. We have customers who have paid saved with us for 1 year towards a package, and when their money has got to the setting, they say, oh yeah, madam, it's time to travel. You have saved up to 3 million now. This and this and this and this and these are the places that you can go to for 3 million naira. And it doesn't have to be a set departure package or a group package. It can be something that is tailor-made to you. Instead of doing 4-star or 5-star, you just behave yourself according to your money and just do 2 or 3-star hotel, but will still be nice. Because traveling is not always about luxury or about staying in a beautiful hotel. It's also about experiencing the people, the culture, and the place.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think the first time I went on a trip, and that was to Morocco, I came back and I told people, I said, traveling is learning. And ever since then, I vowed to myself that I must travel every year. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I want to build a traveling culture. It's really nice for everyone to travel so they can experience the culture of other places, to see how other places is, and see the difference between Nigeria and other countries. Thank you so much, Madam Monola. Madam Jennifer, do you have anything to add? Because we're trying to round up now.
Okay. So, everyone has spoken wonderfully well. Like they said, like Miss Modola said, traveling is not just luxury. It's not about, I want to go to this place, I want to go to that place. It's also very, very important for the mind. It opens your thought process to see things that you don't normally, your reasoning faculty changes. How you see things actually differs from people that have not traveled at all. So it's very important to plan ahead. Like as you're saving with Mrs. Wonola for the travel job, you start speaking with a visa consultant ahead. It must not necessarily be, I'm traveling in 6 months, I'm traveling in 3 months, no. Sometimes you have a mindset of what that traveling is, but it's not actually the actuality of what it is. So it's very important that as you're planning your costs, you should speak to an immigration consultant. Philly Magna is a certified immigration consultant in Canada. And if you want to travel, when you talk to a professional, a consultant, it guides you on how to plan your savings. It guides you on what the financial implication of your trip, how your bank statement should look like, how your finances should portray you. Because like I tell clients, a bank statement is storytelling. You're submitting a bank statement for the last 6 months. That's storytelling. That's you showing the embassy what your life would look like for the last 6 months. That's why it's a bit more complex for visitors visa than some other kind of visa, because you have to submit a 6-month bank statement. It means that you cannot really lie about your finances, because if you do, it's reflective in your bank statement that this does not tell you what you said. So you have to plan in time, and it's important to speak with a professional so you can know how to start the financial part of it. The financial part is a major part of your visa application, a major part, and I cannot overemphasize it enough. It has caused so many refusals, not because sometimes it's because the money is not there, which brings in the planning. Sometimes the money is there, but you can't explain it, which also brings in the planning. So the number one thing you need to do is start planning ahead. Very important to plan ahead. Make sure that you are speaking with professionals that can handle your application, that can handle a complex case, that can handle a basic case, that can handle all your tailored needs. And when you're speaking with this consultant, it's very important that you are honest and say it as it is. It's a conversation with someone that's trying to help you. So there's no need to lie about previous travels or to falsify any document. You say it as it is. If it's not right, it's not right. They explain to you how to make it right. It's better than say something is right and eventually it always comes out. Like I always say to clients, if you lie on an application, it always comes out. So when you're working with a consultant like that, like we do at Philly Magna, we have this transparency before your document goes into the system, before it's submitted, you get to review it. You get to review your form, you get to review your draft document, you get to sit with us on the application. So be able to get someone like that you can actually speak with, that can guide you, so that when you're saving this money, it doesn't just go down the drain because you don't do your visa application correctly. So that you don't go through, I save my money for a visa application for 12 months, for 6 months, and then I go into the embassy, I get a refuser just because it's not like the money is not there, but you did not lay it out on how the money got there, or explain to the embassy on your socioeconomic status in your country of residence. So it's very important that you plan early. That's number one. Very important to plan early. While planning, very important to talk to the professionals. Very important to be honest, and very important to be very transparent in your application. You have to be very transparent, not just with your consultant, but with the embassy as well. Because when you lie, it tends to come out regardless. So it's very, very important that you plan and always be honest with your application, so that you don't have any ban or refusers that can linger on your immigration records.
Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. Mr. Dyer, please tell us how you traveled to 8 countries in 1 year. We want to hear, we want to plan towards it.
Well, I'm just fortunate. My employer can bear the cost. It's more of work-related travels, conferences. So I honestly don't know how to travel without tying it to work. So it could be a situation where I'm attending a conference for 3-4 days, and I just have 4 days or 5 days to experience the city, to maybe see a concert, see a football game. So I download some apps that make me know what's going on in those places. Viagogo is one. So it gives me, I'm going to a particular city, I download the app, and I get to know if Coldplay, who is one of my favorites, is going to be in concerts, a match I'm interested in coming up. But it also goes to the route of planning ahead, far ahead. So, for instance, there is Heroes holding in Germany, and you have a favorite team. You don't wait till the tail end, especially if you have the understanding that you would be in that city. You try as much as possible to buy those tickets down. Try to experience the city. So I'm not that kind of traveler that believes in coming back with a box of clothes and shoes and that. No, it's for me. It's all about the experience. It's all about how it makes me feel, and all about what I can take away from that particular city in terms of things I see, business-wise, opportunities I see, besides the whole conference related stuff I go for. Even the food I eat there, it's something as minimal as that. For instance, there's a snack I think I had during the Euros in Germany as well, and I can bet it that it's going to be huge hit in Nigeria if it ever gets here. Not like I like food a lot, but I like to experience every single thing I can experience when I travel. So speaking from my personal experience, it is a privilege to have these experiences. It could be you seeing an NBA game and putting something else aside to make sure you have that experience. And it opens your mind, it broadens your mind, obviously. I think it sort of does something to you as well, which is that, it helps you to set a particular lifestyle. You just know this is how you want things to be. If you can't even improve on the number of travels, you want to stay curious. You want to, and I've had these experiences where I meet people and we connect on the tiniest of things. It could be something as simple as a particular car you saw in that country. It could be something as simple as a particular place you visited that they are fond of.
Okay, Mr.
And
I would have to cut you short here. We're running out of time. Thank you so much to all our amazing speakers. Thank you, Madam Munola. Thank you, Madam Lola. Thank you, Madam Jennifer. And thank you, Mr. Dayo. So please kindly give a parting word to millennials. Please, in less than 1 minute, each speaker should give a parting word to our millennials, especially millennials that want to find opportunities in travels and tourism. Thank you so much. Please, in less than 1 minute, anybody can go first.
So millennials, there's a lot of opportunity and you can come here. We're ready to welcome you, but you must be creative. You must work in integrity, and please do not be afraid of competition. Carve a niche for yourself and do you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Munuola. You said we can come. Me, I'm coming to you so that you can give me one of those your packages in 2025 that I'm saying. I'm coming to you after this off the camera. Thank you so much, Madam Munuola. Madam Lola, please, can you give us a parting word to the millennials? What they need to know in less than 1 minute, please.
So from our end, what they need to know is that Nigeria is a gold mine of opportunity. For those who want to start their own travel businesses, you can come to Waka Now affiliate program, and you have the opportunity to do amazing things with just your phone, your laptop, and not a lot of investment. Not a lot of investment. And you have everything at your fingertips.
Thank you so much, Madam Lola. After this, I'm also coming to meet you so that you can give me free ticket to any destination of my choice. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Madam Jennifer, please give us a parting word.
Okay, so for millennials, I know the economy can be very tough and the country can be very, very a lot, but do not be scared. If you come to us at Philly Magna, we can guide you on how to plan your travel, guide you on your finances, guide you on what you need to do next. Just help you find the best country to go to, the best way to start, how to plan ahead, and we can just help you start the process. So don't be afraid to start. Don't be afraid to start.
Thank you so much, Madam Jennifer. So after this, I'm coming to meet you for visa advice so that you can lead me through. I really appreciate you. Mr. Dyer, your parting word in less than 1 minute, please.
Stay clear. The world is at everybody's feet now, and everybody should just explore the world. You can start from Togo. You can start from Benin. What starts?
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to all of our speakers today for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to Business Day to talk about exciting topics, the opportunities in travels and tourism. We do not take it for granted. We appreciate you. And permit me to be the first person to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance. Thank you. Till next time. I remain Esther O'Reilly for Business Day. Bye.